Hello and welcome back to Arknights. And as you can see, they dropped the new story chapter, The Whirlpool That Is Passion. Let's see here. Oh, only 13.5 to unlock Delphine. A lot better than going to like 12 or whatever it was for the previous chapter. Actually, how long was it for All Quiet Under the Thunder? I don't need to worry about hell stages, so let's go here. Yeah, Morgan wasn't until chapter 17. Holy crap. And as you can see, there's 20 all around. Oh, right, I never did that, did I? I'll have to do that on my own later. For now, we're going with the Whirlpool That Is Passion. Now, I did rewatch the, watch a recap of chapter 12 to prepare myself accordingly, so... One war can wear many faces. I did also bring a full water bottle because this is basically going to be mostly VN with some gameplay in. The senior professor of classics to the Victorian National University, Samuel Seuss, once likened the ample library of Sir Cassegrain to the holly trees upon Londinian's fringes. And these essences of knowledge, these long shadows of history, never fail to find parallels how we ourselves have gone, how we'll go. The military commission formally seizes Londinium, stirring the nation of terror awake. The Ursus Royal Guard makes his own presence known, driven away, Horror and the companion solve to locate Lich's missing. Alright. I need to check the skip because I keep forgetting that, but as you can see, it does give actual text about what's going on, even if mostly incomplete. In these instances of knowledge, the long shadows of history, we never fail to find parallels of where we ourselves have gone and where we'll go. Recorded are the epic philosophies, one by one filed away are the mythologies and theories. Humble scholars fill page after page with wisdom. Each laureate poet a bookshelf themselves. Someday a storm will pass, for hope will never truly die. What is formed of these accounts in ink, our civilization and all its pride? Sir Cassegrain was a decent jailmate. We debated over many a question through the wall. The wall was perhaps the sole reason our time came to an end without his realizing I was sarcasm. He simply took me as Victorian, one too mired in introspection at that. Still remember his last words before being dragged to the neighboring cell. In any time of trouble, a proud Victorian need only return there, and the winter of our discontent will once again feel so endless, and the coming of spring are the closest thing. Friend, you need only return there. So who's saying all this? You're sorry out of luck. I tried those already. Even the paper. Even the paper's the good calfskin stuff. These books ain't burning. Oh, they're... I call it paper, it's calfskin anyway. Why don't we say writing skin or something? I don't know. Screw us, this fire just ain't happening. We got all smoke and no warm soup pot. I see, they took a noble's house and are trying to basically make it a shelter. Soup, but this stuff's just water with a couple stems and scrap we tossed in. You know what, this is all their fault. This sneering royal court shit heads have us up here doing all the hard and dirty work, snatching Londiniers across to work their factories across the entire city, and they won't even give us a bowl of something for the trouble. Captain said we officially seized Londinium now. Defense forces got disbanded. They'll let tow guys out, the Liberi. Well, I'm starting to regret not going with W. Damn loony woman. Whatever, probably wouldn't turn out any better if I did. What are all these books, anyway? It could be discount catalogs for all I care. Why would some old feline collect this many discount catalogs? What is it with you and these questions? Who gives a shit what goes on Victorian's head? Still, I've never seen an old man cry his eyes out like that. We were watching Gauze embroidered lapel all gunked up with his own snot. Hey, snap out of it. Get some more books. Fire's gonna go out. What are you doing? Reading. What reading? You ain't literate. All this shit's in Victorian anyway. Well, there's pictures here too. Look at these. Feeling girl hurricane, this boy will slap. What do you think is the deal between these two? Cheating, I'd figure. Anything more interesting? No, pictures are dull. Just think. Just one of these things, a couple hundred pages. How many books do we even have here? Thinner ones over here. They only put a few words each line, so I have to keep looking down the next one. What is it with the Victorians and writing these? Darn, they must be double spacing to try and get to the minimum word requirement. These lands really have so much worth writing books about. This one, kept all beautiful glass cases. They're all different kinds. There's another possibility. They're so stinking rich, they'll pay to buy their own toilet paper. Ha! Maybe. Why don't we have books of our own? They flip through these things so much the edges are curled. Maybe we do. You know how you hear the liches are a bunch of nut jobs who hold themselves up in libraries. No one sees them for years and years. That's how long. Not that my ass cares. Hot soup to drink means more than any of that. Yeah, the days just blend together. These books just blend together. Even if I can't read, I know it. There's never one new thing under the sun here. 1,000 years ago, we macheted people. Now we've got more efficient weapons. Macheted people to death. Now we've got more efficient weapons. 1,000 years, we flying through the sky using, I don't know, clouds and stars. Just keep killing. You know, if we put these houses on the moon to plant our own food, maybe we won't have to keep fighting like this. Maybe something bigger will happen. Everyone will just, you know, stop wanting to be up in arms. Well, never mind. Let's get the next book burning. Yeah, speculated for a while that the Sarka's leadership wasn't actually doing much to actually help the people. They keep preaching about the importance of helping, and yeah, if the soldiers are forced to hole up in houses they take and burn stuff just to make, yeah, they're not well supplied as they should be. Sometimes more of the work I'm doing is just to satisfy myself, just to prove I'm still one of the awake. What Inez said really keeps me up at night and nothing else. After all, Kazdal's not going to be overflowing with people who can use a printing press. Red wine senator. Oh, is the red wine, you need to get up to speed ASAP, boy. This ain't the classroom. I'm not obligated to teach you the ropes. You could just run your butt back to the countryside. How many more months is your internship? I'm very sorry, sir. I just wanted to be scrupulous about writing. Scrupulous? I don't want to hear some catastrophology thesis on 1R circulation beating our union friends at Kawalarski Sports, and I want them beating hard 24/7. If you're the office worker or is passing by the newsstand or the intra-city net news subscribers, as an essay titled Victoria makes massive strides, gonna pry your cash loose. But don't you think Sarkaz's story of Victoria is a little, you know, for a headline? I mean, you think all readers want the truth. Even the Central Journal's top-tier subscribers weren't asking for the truth. You need to spoon-feed them worry fears, feeling superiority, slightly leading emotional appeals, followed by hard verdicts. Then they'll want more. Yeah, this is something that, unfortunately, even, newer media like articles and YouTube videos also suffer from. People who try to well, look at either side reasonably don't get any views or anything like that. You have to go hard on one side or the other, or no one will bother. Then they'll pluck the cash out of their pockets. Then you guarantee your goddamn job. Who is it? You know what time it is right now? Wait, what? How long did the new courier truck leave with our plates? Half an hour ago. Is there some kind of breaking news, Victoria? No, you idiot. We're going to move the printers now. They should still be on shift. We can still make it. I'll give the chief editor a call. You write me a new lead article ASAP. Front page material. On what? My information says Viviana at the Candle Night Nova nightclub. She's finally announcing her retirement tomorrow. Quick, we need to be the first in all Casimirs to report on this. To prove the GCC was a switch rules paper editorial really matters. What about Victoria and the Shard? Who cares, boy? A million things happen a day. On Terra, we only need the most meaningful scoops of them all. Remember that. Celebrity retirement is more popular than a city on the halfway across the world being taken. Capital city on the other side of the world being taken. Sometimes they hit things a little close to home. Then again, I guess the Jessica event being all about a bank forcing everyone to debt so that they could all be kicked out and sent to the frontiers. It hit a bit close to home too. Worst part is that banker NPC didn't even have a unique sprite or anything. They used a generic sprite for their dialogue. We only need call a cab already. Okay. Come to mention, sir, there'd always been hunting licensed devils around here running their own taxis. Have you noticed they're all kind of vanished lately? History of the Sarkaz, the history of war itself. It's a lamentable fact, one I'm loyal to. Yet, still I attempt to prove them that slaughter aside, there are events about as worth remembering, reflected on, being remembered, reflected on, upon this land. Those events add the luck written of us assiduously. Assiduously. Now that's a $5 word I haven't seen. Showing great care or perseverance. Upon this land, those events have had the luck to be written, and those can be counted on one's fingers. And yet, even if I record these past affairs... Caravan Ed, this isn't what we agreed on. No stock means no stock, Tona. What you see is what you get. All originium explosives are sold out. And the weapons I ordered. Are you expecting us to walk into that cave teeming with originium slugs and giant gloom piercers and heaven knows what else and just tackle them with our bare hands? That's your problem, deal with it, not mine. Listen here, you've been cruising the black market for these last 3 weeks. Imagine you get, what, half a dozen weapons? Less. What mercenary squad could possibly snatch everything up? Are they insane? Even Solar Valley Industries couldn't possibly buy this much. Was it a Lord Amir? So which sad sack Lord Amir got ripped off this time? I want a hint. We'll divert around. No, no, Lord Amir. There was such a mystery I couldn't say. It's probably in Pasha, not just one. The hell are you feeding me? Pasha's on a shopping spree at the black market, and more than one! That's impossible. They have their own channels. Multiple buying weapons in huge bulk. Do you even know what that entails? Yeah, all I've got is a blind guess. They went through several layers of middlemen and used some foreign firms to keep their hands extra clean. Every purchase happened to be some quantity that couldn't raise suspicion. So if someone called coincidence, it might just pass by. But who in Sargon can ever monopolize all this so perfectly? Hey, hey buddy. Got my ride, supply sword. Yep, 4 cars, rations, tents, all good to go. Good, here's the cash. How the hell did Spacer get that wealthy? No, I hear he and his band of mercs are planning to ditch Sargon. They rustled up all the money they have to go somewhere else. Columbia, probably. Victoria. A lot more devil mercs career changing than usual, feels like. What for? Don't all of Spacer's relatives live in Sargon? Do you not care about his old Baba with a broken leg? Who knows? I've never been able to make heads or tails of how these devils think. Maybe they're just sick enough of the desert rainforest they want to switch up the surroundings now. That'd be the best case scenario. Been like this recently. Things are getting all weird levels of complicated left and right. It makes no sense to me at all. Damn it, the only thing my grandpa ever had to figure out was which Lepori beast Shorthorn ran slowest to make the best dinner for us. They didn't hit us this many setbacks in their time, did they? Could be us rural Sargon people just feel it coming. It's like the Shorthorn. Once it gets its tense, it'll knock you flat. Even if we're right of these, right of our dialects, our recipes, of peasant wives' songs, chief couriers, great drunken boasts of romance, trenches, and graffiti ruins, these things, the face of suffering, pale beyond mention. They're reduced to even to an irony of sorts, seeming to inform my readers, if I even have any, that we'd be best served using violence to wrest them back. That was never my intent. Even so, I have no right to be serving you my verdict. Is this W or Horderer? Writing it. That messenger should be here by now. Some fanciful girl steal his heart on the way back again. I had enough of his tardy excuses. Is there anyone who could drill into his head how much his job matters? He won't be coming. Postal messenger Arthur Morrison's dead. Dead? Executed. On grounds of treason. Treason? Who in the world are you? I'm doing my job. Cooperate, and you'll make both of our lives a lot easier. Tell me, what do you know about Arthur Morrison, please? I hardly knew him, really. Just that he was the only postal messenger who would make the run to Londinium. My own granddaughter goes to university there, so him and I only exchanged the odd word. He was a treasonist. Was he taking Sarkaz's help? My girl wrote to me how Londinium been littered with him lately. That wretch. I knew he was a scoundrel. Trust me to gang up on the devils. He got what he deserved. I'm pretty sure this guy is making excuses to try and get attention off of himself. No. All comprehensible was that he served Ursus. Ursus? But wait. And you were his co-worker, Mr. Wesley Rowett. Sir, you must be joking. I'm feline born and bred. I've been planting potatoes. I couldn't possibly speak to you a word of Ursine. Must be some misunderstanding. I know potatoes couldn't afford your daughter's tuition at Victorian National University. Yeah, I knew I was making excuses. If you insist on being stubborn, I can free you of your other arm, too. Don't waste my time. No resistance of yours is meaningful. So the rumors were true, that Ursus was right. Londinia's been occupied. For the past month, I haven't gotten a single word, not even the tiniest hearsay. Those damn Sarkars, they disgrace us, murder us, enslave us, and you self-proclaimed protectors of Victoria. What have you done? Don't you have anyone in Londinium? Friend, father, mother, child? Of course, you're bigger than that. You get to pull out safe? Yes, you do. Us peasant class, no. We thought we'd send our children to great old Londinium, the heart of Victoria. Surely they'd grow beyond our wildest expectations. And now, they're laborers of the Sarkaz, slaves in our own country's capital. The devils are turning Victoria's tempest on Victoria, and you people are just letting it happen. You can never hope to grasp Victoria's motives with your own shallow insight. Yeah, we know that about these guys and the Duke they work for. He says it's for Victoria, but reality, it's just to it's trying to make their Duke get more power than all the others. It's a power play. Yeah. All you need to do is take me to your entail exchange, as if I would. Excuse me? An ashen lance burst forth from his body. The man facing him thrust his hands out, attempting to lay the fear of his chest being run through. His hands, the instant they reached that deep impurity, are warped and withered. Hiss. From afar comes a wrecked breath, spine-chilling. It's me. Cast shots, flowers bloom for spring. Close all calms. I haven't initiated contact again in 15 minutes, abandon the town immediately. May I have the strength not to drown in the flower's scent. In the height of the midsummer, he exhales frigid mist. He cannot cower, he cannot shrink. He must establish communications with the opposite side of Victoria's names. Where is it? Suff. Code word. He must not look back. They must not catch sight of each other. He only hopes his adversary is fully aware to abide by the rules of this little game. He can tether the beast, but not the poltergeist. Snowflakes whirls about, jet black sinking into the soil of Victoria. A long, slender shadow stretches out. He knows it's right behind him. How close his heart pounds. Black blessed clamor. All around him, dead silence. Gaul. French. It's basically. I believe Gaul is totally not France in this universe, so this is basically French. I need an explanation. Code word. This operation does not receive royal assent. We will not pardon any breach of authority. Treason has been executed. Understood. We've never met before. See. So the agents of a Victorian Duke and the agents of the Ursus Emperor. He's gone. Sir Trilby Asher, surveillance picked up nothing. The fact that he could enter and leave us alive, that declares where Victoria and Ursus stand. All ports need to be made directly to the Duke. Wesley Rolt was cornered and took his own life. The mission's over. Seems to me like the armies and Emperor aren't quite on the same page. But any action we take would succeed in bringing about their conciliation. They haven't settled on their plans yet, but their empire, their fear, will be what makes that decision for them. Tell me, has my work fallen among the firewood? Are all Sarkaz's lives, save for being lit aflame, devoid of meaning? Then why do I insist on recording? Why do I insist on writing? Because while my history of war recounts our destruction and time again, I wish to leave the song of every soldier. The fighting is over. Gazes to yonder Casdale. To our 7, 3 cars, 15 plus riders. Longest forever, but they're staying wary. Following this entire time, just following. Why not tell W to hang U-turn? Maybe they'd be happy to say hi. You could get some free Londonian souvenirs. Just souvenirs inside that giant ball of arts. They're hard shaping. I'm treasure. The last few close shaves just fine, thanks. The way these mercs are working doesn't add up, especially the way they're hunting us. No, not hunting, driving us off. They want us away from Londinium. Ah, our high and mighty General Manfred sparing your life. Isn't that sweet of him? You sure your two didn't swear a blood oath? Want to take his kind advice, scoot back to Casdale, and teach some slum kiddos how to read? My point is, who let you out of the military commission's dungeon? You were going to walk outside of Londinian walls by the time I picked you up. My cell was left unguarded a while. I thought it was a trap at first, but now I think I'm in something worse. Sure, he can be roundabout with me, hinting me to go resolve some pain in the ass affair, but I think I'd prefer him just killing me then. That would have been easier. Not to mention, we still aren't sure what pain in the ass we're even solving. Then don't bother with it. W, can you speed it up a little? It's about time we said goodbye to this clingy convoy of send-offs. Yeah, my second-hander here is not going to stand up to much abuse. Good news, though. We just hit a minefield. Late half an hour earlier by yours truly. Now, butts in seats. Ah, W and her love of explosions. And basically female Michael Bay. This looks to me like you're just forwarding a bomb river. Haha, I left them in the bigger share, I promise. Stop the car once we circle that forest ahead. From there, we'll get off and proceed on foot. A vehicle's too large of a target. They'd catch up sooner or later anyway. Here's hoping you do remember where you buried every mine, W. After playing in Little Company, it's very easy to lose track of those things. Granted, I wasn't the one who placed those, unfortunately. Well, alright for us, we're all in one piece. How's that? I did remember. Well, a couple went off, but what's the term? Tectonic movement did it. They haven't caught up. I think we've successfully thrown them off. We need more information. Ideally, we rendezvous with Rhodes Island ASAP. The Ascalon and the Doctor are on Windermere's warship right now. I believe Duke Windermere is the only one that, as far as we're aware, has no ulterior motives beyond protecting her daughter, and saving Victoria. Everyone else has something else going on, whether it's grabbing our artifacts, next taking over Victoria for themselves or whatever. There's a few things I'm very uneasy about. What'd you say? It's just intuition. The less I see any problem, the more uneasy I am. You guys met this doctor, now the Rhodes Island doctor. I can't give you the full verdict yet, but there's no doubt in a sense the doctor has weakened. And I don't mean in a negative way, but maybe it's not a weak doctor we need so much right now. You sure? Who knows if some Rhode Island op will remember some random thing that happened in Chernobog. Just like that, I got a knife planted in my back. Are you really as skeptical as you'd like to tell us, W? Hard to say. Hey, there's an old hag kinda keeping me at arm's length from their beloved doctor. W, you spent plenty of time walking around this battlefield. Any ideas? I've just been prodded this way like some bug. Well, her fandom nickname is a cockroach, so I can't even organize a sensible military op, so all I can do is sit in my front row seat and spectate in the most magical city siege modern society has to offer. Chaos. Sometimes even I have to wonder at this point, is there anyone actually conducting this battle? The Royal Court's legions couldn't work together to save their lives, and who gives a shit about the small fry corps scuttling around the four corners, try and live their dreams of Victorian vengeance? Well, the ultimate mastermind here is Therasis, so this chaos has to have been planned down to the last detail. He wasn't juggling some strategic Lollapalooza, he just set the stage. And now he's waiting. As for what he's waiting for, I don't even want to guess. We can't just go brain dumb and reach out to the Dr. Calcit, hoping they'll give us orders. We suffered enough with Babel. We need to seize the initiative. There's a source of info that might be more open to us than ever in our current position. What position? The pathetical creepy crawlies? Essentially. Sarcasm. Right, and just on the one-off chance, have either of you heard of any method to kill a lich? Oh, lovely. The cannons from Chapter 10 return. That's not going to be incredibly frustrating. Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink before we go in. As I said, as per usual, this is probably going to be majority VN, and it's going to ruin my throat, so I brought proper water bottle this time. Yeah, all I heard about this chapter is bring lots of AoE, and I decided I should probably I'll try and avoid bringing any meta 6 stars. I also brought Eben his new module. I also brought Eben his new module, as you can see, so I'm going to see how good that is. If I did the math right, it's actually even stronger than his X module, which previously was the go-to if you wanted raw damage. Necrosis is just amazing. Although, I usually used his Y module for the convenience, even though, strictly speaking, it's not nearly as powerful. But we'll definitely be giving it a go. I'm using a bunch of 6 stars, but none of them should be meta. But that said, this is a very difficult mission, so I guess we'll find out soon enough just how possible this is without meta ops. Or if I even have the skill for that. I guess that my skill is probably going to be the big limiting factor. It's hot. The sun's burning. I'm burning. Am I waiting? Is that the exit? A few steps further. A reunion camp attacked by Victorian soldiers while reunion gathers infecting London and guard recognized soldiers. Just one foot in the front of the other. Maybe the fire, the anger. Yeah, I was worried about going for the skip thingy dialogue might spoil a bit, but at the same time, I keep forgetting it, and I really do want to get it on top of the regular cutscene, especially since it sometimes clarifies stuff otherwise missing. Is that the exit? A few steps further, just put one foot in front of the other. Maybe the fire, the anger, the pain, and regret is just figments of my imagination. Or maybe the exit is, I don't know. They're watching behind me, those eyes. Are they judging me? Or waiting to see how I'll carry the burden of their deaths? They were great men with tremendous accomplishments. My commander, legendary Sarka Scout, and the captain. Ah, Patriot. They're all dead before me, behind me. All that's left is sad little me, worthless me. They died so I could live. What did they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. I can't let their deaths be meaningless. I have to face the sun even if it burns me. Burn me to cinders so that our mighty company, in their mighty company, I shall not be ashamed. Uh, you really do have a knack for waking up right at the shift change, don't you? It's Percival. Yeah, I believe in last chapter it was revealed she was actually a spy for Reunion. Just the result of all that training, guard. Percival. I stretch as much as I'm allowed to. I did not sleep particularly well. On top of that series of nightmares, the old wound on my leg aches. We almost ran straight into Victorian battle lines in order to catch up with 9. The infect I'm in charge of are used to being spat on, used to not having hope, but they had never been on a real battlefield before. They were scared headless. I was one of the better ones, and I hate that I'm used to it. It took a lifetime worth of good luck for us to make it to camp in one piece. Just too hot, even at night. How long until the shift change? 15 minutes, you can sit a little longer. I'll wash my face. What's with your leg? You're limping. Have the crystals spread? No, not yet. Give me my towel, Percival. To your left. The floral pattern? Yeah, that one. Percival raised an eyebrow. I want to say it was a gift from the owner of the County Peninsula textile factory. Red has one just like it. The old man has creases all over his face. He's lucky there's crystals grow on his belly, so all he needs to do is wear a shirt. Hopefully he's still hiding them. Fine. Brought back more hands than I expected. It looks like the situation in the province is deteriorating, even before they turn to war zones. The impact's bigger than I thought. The nobles are turning a blind eye, pretty much as expected. These towns made a living trading with caravans. They're left hanging with the convoys Londinium stopped on account of war. They're infected, always the first to get hit when things go south. They used to be able to plant a few crops on the edge of town, villagers willing to trade with them. Money's money after all, no matter who it's from. It's easy to do the respectable thing when life's decent. Things are different now. It's almost time for the bean harvest. Those infected spent the last season watering the fields, caring for their crops. They've chosen to run off and join us now, abandoning the harvest that would be waiting for them in a few months. Those that come in the future, they'd rather leave. They must be desperate. We infected may be used to this kind of deprivation, but we can't come to the same conclusion every time. Still resting, sir. Hear voices, you're awake. You again, I said. Are you taking the night shift now? Supper? I have canned food from Victoria. Not the best terms of taste, but convenient. Cigarettes, wine, bit of a pick-me-up in the middle of the night. Pretty clean, all things considered. Razors, arts units, you name it. What about you, Percival? Hair cream? Not easy to find this stuff these days. Usually on the officers carried, after all. Officers don't die so often? No, just hard to dig them out of the heap. They're usually at the bottom, you know. Need medicine again? Well, I've been feeling my best. A lot of pain, occasional hallucination. I'm scared the rocks will start growing into my brain. It's not gonna get any better if you keep digging in those dusty craters. The best we can do is basic medicine that slows the progression. Don't expect it to save your life. I know. I know you're reselling our medicine. This bunch of infected told me they bought our apathy meds from a sarcasm motorbike, and that they worked okay. Well, but made some decent money, huh? How about we decide your punishment based on how many coins you have in your pocket? I was making sure all the stuff got where it's needed. There's a war going on after all. You won't get another warning. But at least the meds made it to them, when we don't have enough messengers to deliver it to everyone. It won't happen again, I promise. Just a few pills. I've been running a fever for a few days. Guard? Put in a form for him. Make sure he's registered this time. Thank you. Don't thank us. Thank the doctors. They went from elite to pariah when they contracted oreopathy in their labs, and their companies didn't want to pay the insurance. Not an easy chance to accept. Fortunately, they heard the reunion came looking for us. I believe this guard was an NPC that was with Rhode Island, but then defected over to Reunion. I believe this is the first time we get to see him without the mask on. What about your old stomping grounds? Oh, I'm more than grateful to them, but they'll never forgive me. I'm more than just grateful to them, but they'll never forgive me. I chose this path on my own. We just don't have the same grade of okay, so yeah, it is him. We just don't have the same grade of equipment that Rhode Island does. Well, we're not really developing medicine either. Right. We don't take medicine just to get well, just to live a little longer. There's no medicine that will cure apathy, after all. I still remember operators hurrying around medical, the sight of Dr. Calson in the lab when I was at Rhode Island. If there's any hope for apathy, it's at Rhode Island. I still feel a sense of pride having been part of it, even though I have no right to, because I chose betrayal. When will the day come when a cure is found? 50 years, 100, 1,000? What did the infected do before then? Unfortunately, even once a cure is found, the issue is going to be production and distribution, because that's not going to be easy at all, especially since there's, of course, going to be the political matters of countries wanting to control it. After all, a cure for one of the biggest threats to humanity as a whole, of course they want absolute control over that. That would give them so much power. War apathy is no longer just a condition. It's a symbol of hatred, victimization, blame, and alienation. Everyone hears a story, but they're all like, what good's medicine in the face of all that? It's like rowing against the tide. This land is not a glorious one of morality and kindness. That's why we can't turn away from violence. Shameful as it is, it's powerful. But maybe no, something of the distant future. What's your name? Me. Medicine peddler, man on bike. I'm not the kind of guy needs to remember. Hey, that's not a name. Let me think of a cool one. Wait, what's going on? Oh phew, now the devs don't have to give me a name. Shouting, the sound of weapons clanging. Behind the back. Percival will go and reassure the civilians. They're scared enough as it is. Hand on the sword in my belt. It's always ready. If his name is accurate, then I guess he's one of the guard classes. And with how many guards are in this game, anger and say, ugh. You really want me to kill you? You men are no shape to fight. Our warriors surround a group of bruised and dirty Victorian soldiers. Their sergeant's panting, fresh wounds on his body. Was this really an attack? Hey, what's going on, 9? They sneaked into the village from the north. Romanok took a bolt. The doctor is taking care of him now. They're out of their minds, trying to attack a camp with just 21 men, including a handful on stretchers. Oh, look what we have in the heartland of a country. A stone's from the great capital. A swarm of damned reunion infected. Come, kill me if you dare. I'll kill you all. Conspirators, agitators, rioters, murderers, your blight. No one of those wars going badly. Those barbaric devils could never beat us. The real enemies among us, behind our backs. Wherever there's disorder, you infected are never far away. Looks like you just came back from the front lines. Low morale, poor organization, hastily wrapped rooms, obsolete equipment. You don't look like professional soldiers. Conscripts, perhaps? Or from the Duke of Fife's 4th Battalion. What's the name of this company again? Blackstream Squad and East Time Squad. Do you have a doctor? Hey, shut up, soldier. Ready your weapon. The Sergeant Victor... This is an order. Ready your weapon. Your voice down, Victorian. There's civilians sleeping in the camp. Victorian civilians. Victoria would have given them the life they deserve. They didn't join you to become criminals and malcontents. Why are all the scum in this land infected? Why is every grander devil and reunion traitor infected? Why is the Honorable Duke of Fife not infected? Why is Madrick not infected? Why are honest and upright folk not infected? Do people become despicable because, or do they become infected because they're despicable? And what about you? Is despicability infectious too? How dare you? Enough! Victorian sergeant's eyes widen as he turns one side, trying to hide his arm from sight. His lips trembled, but no words came out. We're all despicable scum now, aren't we, sir? I'm different. This is honorable. Your arm. I can see the crystals protruding. Your condition's progressing rapidly. I'm fighting, killing sarcasm for my country. I just got a bit of dirt, or maybe devil blood. What'd you learn in boot camp? Didn't they teach you anything about active originium zones? The instructor just told us to aim, pull the trigger. That's what we spent 2 weeks on. I take it you weren't issued any inhibitors either. Inhibitors? 9, I think they're all infected. It can't be. I just got a physical 1 week ago and is in perfect health. 1 week. Could be rapid onset, or perhaps they lied to you to keep you on the front lines. I see. They attacked this camp in an act of desperation to steal the medicine. Shut up. How long have the ones in the stretchers been unconscious? They're in critical condition. What? Death and disintegration from acute condition is dangerous to both you and us. You're right to have the unconscious lying face up on stretchers to prevent suffocation. But did you check their backs? Suddenly silent, the sergeant walks around, although trying to turn the man on over, but withdraws his hand as soon as he touches it. The sergeant looks helpless, like he's facing a deadly tusk beast that could spit lightning and poison, one that could leap him at any moment, but the man is his comrade. Before they were comrades, they might have been cousins, tilling the same piece of land together. I sigh and sit the unconscious Victorian soldier up. There's no need to remove his jacket. The crystals have pierced the clothing on his back. Heavens! Victor! Damn it, I shouldn't have taken him along. His dad would kill him, then kill me if he learned someone's infected. Those Sarkas use witchcraft. I knew it. It's the devil's curse. It's not enough they defile land. Now they want to defile our souls. That is enough. Sarkas are naturally susceptible to infection, and their soldiers are overwhelmingly infected. When you kill them, or when you get infected and they kill you, if there's no one to clean up the body... I said no more. I heard a sound. It's a familiar sound. Whether in Rimbilton, Rhodes Island, or here and now, the sound every infected fears most. The sound of us shattering. Sounds in the trenches. You told me it was artillery, Sergeant. It was artillery. Our enemies use anything to destroy us in country, including their own deaths. Devil's Band's tower ends. There was none of this crap in His Majesty Frederick III's reign. We must expel the scum. What can we do? Can we save Victor? We dwell on the blessing of the glorious Victoria. What an idiot. I'll say this again. You're an infected. Very. In case it isn't clear to you, like us, like everyone here, you're going to die. Yeah, this is a, this is an Arknights story, alright. Very depressing.
Let us reap those naive delusions and immature obsessions.
By the way, you'll notice that I've actually got a new Vanguard. I was debating which agent to make exactly, but then I found out, oh my, agent, then I found out that Puzzle was my only,
Curbing the enemy's weak points, post haste. Let's establish. I can read you like an open book.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves.
I probably should have placed it a little closer.
Faster tempo as graceful as 3/4.
I guess my best bet is to have this work out. Here we are, that's all of them. Oh wow, they're not even all of them actually.
I have no doubt. They have no position to
High
evade.
more, there we are.
Faster tempo. Geh fort aus meinem Kopf.
Oops.
They have no position to evade.
Faster tempo.
Wow, those guys have a lot of
Power
HP.
to withstand. They have no position to evade.
The true AoE from Reapers is pretty nice stuff.
Stronger than as graceful as 3/4.
They have no way to advance.
Faster tempo.
They have no position to evade.
Not one of you is getting away!
Oh dear.
They have no power to withstand.
Stronger than ever. Geh fort aus meinem Kopf.
A knight, you dare strike my shield with your spear? That's gonna end with you in pieces!
They have no path to escape.
Alright, Evan's gonna go down if I allow that, so let's go with that.
Be ready at a moment's notice for the info I sent back. The intel.
A lot of people thought Puzzle was really bad because his ability is a DOT like Thorns and
Every expression
the
is an open.
Blue Poison, but the issue is when they reapply it, it doesn't stack. It gets the duration refresh, and that's it. Puzzles actually stacks, so he can actually melt some stuff with it. That wasn't too bad at all. First time I saw an infected shadow was the middle of a lake. I was 7, young and innocent. It was my dream to become captain of the miners' patrol. I get stay up at night, wear a cool uniform, walk around with a bright torch. Most families in Rimbilliton made their living mining, digging, and processing ore. We did everything to prevent infection, but accidents happen. One day, the adults came home early. Mother and the other women rested around the corner. The men smoked in silence until the entire room was filled with a rich scent. Between coughs, I ran to the living room, pretending to be a surveyor looking for the fog-filled valley. Dad grabbed me by the collar and put me to bed. I woke up earlier than usual. I was trying to grab a can of soda while no one was watching. Grandma was sitting in the living room next to her luggage. She said she was going on a journey. I pestered her to let me go with her. She could never say no. She said I could come a short way, then I have to go back home. We saw a salt lake in the distance. It was a shallow one that only appeared in the rainy season, but it rained a lot that year. We couldn't see the other side of the lake. Grandma told me that was as far as I could go. I said alright. She made me promise. Like when she made me promise I'd be a good boy when I first went to school. But I wasn't a good boy anymore. I quietly followed her, hiding behind a bush when she went to the lakeside. Grandma got on the boat with a few people on it. They all had strange stones going on their bodies, and one of them was wrapped in a blanket. The boatman turned on the engine. I watched on the shore as the boat disappeared in the fog. I was confused. Grandma didn't say anything on our way. It was like an ordinary picnic trip. I was about to turn around, thinking of where I could have gone. I heard the sound of crystals shattering. I turned around and saw Argenium dust spray in the air, mixing with the fog, making an eerie glow with the sun. It was like a dream. Was that how he got infected? No, I was lucky that time. Maybe it really was a dream, brought about by a summer morning. I never saw Grandma again, and my family never talked about her anymore. She was always thoughtful and cautious. It wasn't like her to let a child follow her, putting him in danger. For once, though, she made a selfish choice on a journey. She wanted to spend just a little more time. Maybe she wanted to give him a hug. Now I remember, I didn't even get to show her my report card this semester. It was the best I ever did in school. Sounds of the forest stopped, the flickering light shining through the shadows, the trees no longer moved. Then came the sound of lament and painful moaning. Under guard, Red, the Victorians have stopped. Looks like they're planning to make camp. Here, it's only a few hundred meters from our camp. They no longer have the strength to cover their tracks. Who knows if there's a scouting party shadowing them somewhere. Red's hands never stop, even as he complains, cutting away the bothersome vines. We approach the position and see the flickering shadows through the sparse blushes. The soldiers lie on the ground in exhaustion, hopelessly burying the rocks, their heads among the falling leaves. The sergeant sits down to rock, silently polishing his sword, the only weapon he has left. I guess they didn't have the strength to go any further. These people don't have the luxury to think. They're still living in a dream. It'll all pass. Were they really just separated from the rest of the army? These Victorians are lucky. They faced a gentle exile, not the swords of their comrades. It's not easy to accept you're infected. We should wait for them to understand, for them to make their choice. Do you really mean to take them in, these soldiers? We're weak and so are they. What's the plan then? Finish the shift, notify the sentries, expand the patrols to include the camp. The infected stand together, after all. Stand together, pretty words. Of course we had to stand together. What choice do we have? But the words are so simple we fail to grasp the true meaning. War empathy change all lives and rob us of our futures equally. But is what's taken from a farmer who has to pay taxes out of seeds stored for next year's planting equal to taken from a wealthy merchant with a safe full of pure gold? When what we have to begin with was not equal, neither of the choices that survived deprivation are we really standing together with then. Exile infection. You're Tallulah, right? Founder of Reunion, leader of the infected. They say you did great things in Ursus. All the infected Victoria are talking about you. Is it true that you captured an entire city? See if the infected is still there. I'm no leader. I'm just a member of the Reunion movement. Have some porridge. We're setting out soon. Tell us more about your city, Tallulah. Oh, no need to hang your head. I suppose things didn't go smoothly if you're in Victoria now. Of course, the uninfected wouldn't let us win that easily, trampling on us after so long. What does it matter if those scum trip you up once? Your Reunion. We all believe in you. Lulu looked down at the pot she was stirring, serving bowl after bowl of hot porridge. The steam from the pot obscures her vision. Careful, it's hot. They all believe in you. What do you think about that, huh? Being the hope of so many. You're a veteran of verses, aren't you? What are you talking about? Valia. I know, I couldn't resist. It's true there was a bit of trouble at the camp. Oh, it's fine, all taken care of. Stop crowding Tallulah like that and start packing. We've got a long way to go today. Oh, yeah, still have some fertilizer low in the truck. And it's not you reunion anymore. Oh yeah, we're your reunion too, huh? See you later. That guy's quite the impressive jawline. I was gonna say the Chad jawline, but no, that one's a bit different. Guard. It's fine, no need to say anything. Take the bowl of porridge, she's very pale. There are some things we can't tell them yet. I know, it is your decision. Reunion can't afford to collapse again. I'm the banner that you rally to in Victoria. I can accept that, but I'm deceiving them. Still, it's no more or less than you deserve. It's none of my business whether you see this as an honor or punishment for your crimes. What the others need right now is hope. Are you going to tell them you are under the influence of an evil god and that everything at Chernabog was an Ursine plot? I'd rather our organization be built on a lie. We were built on a lie back then, too. I know, payback will come someday, but at least for this time, we lied for the infected. Though no second chances for reunion, I hope we don't go on the same path you did. What did that sisters of yours say in Chernabog until the day the infected are judged fairly? I'll wait. I'll be your tool until that day comes. Excuse me? What are you doing here, Victorian? I'm not armed. Your sentries searched me. I caught a whiff. My brothers haven't eaten. Some of them, I don't know, they don't look good. I have a lighter here. Do you want brass buttons? It could also be trade some of bread. I know it's not enough. I have a bunch of good leather on my home extreme. Once I get back, I can sell it and pay you back double easily. The young man gazes hungrily at the plot, his hand grabbing uniform and trying to straighten out, look more presentable. Tallulah puts the bowl before him. You can take what's left. Thank you. Here's the lighter. Sometimes you need to click it a few times. I take the lighter and grab the hand, trying to rip the buttons off. It's fine. Eat. He practically pours the food down his throat. Where's your sergeant? I don't know. I haven't seen him all morning. I'm worried he could barge into your camp again. Did you hear any sounds like artillery fire? No reports of anything like that. Never mind. Everyone's gone mad. Us, them. There's no sane men left on the front. Sounds like things are pretty rough out there. Rough, huh? You have no idea what the sarcasm are using against us. They have no battleship, no armored vehicles. We thought they were just barbarians fighting armies with swords and bows. How wrong we were. Can you imagine an entire squad of sarcas casters casting their spell at the same time? It was more terrifying than any artillery or ballista fire. Get hit by a shell and you might lose an arm or leg. Fragments digging into your flesh, causing pain. The sarcas, they turned the battlefield into a hell of ladder and tails. I saw armored vehicles pierced by lightning bolts of blood. Mates melted into puddles of gore. I never imagined it would turn out like this when the Duke of Fife's men dragged me out of the beast pens. Forget it, I'd rather not think about anything. Thanks to the porridge, I'll bring pot back later. You can keep it, we have plenty of them. They might be of use to you too. Thank you, I'll never forget it. Are you leaving? Where are you going? This is pretty much a battlefield now, and the Victorian lands all around for the infected. I'm sorry I shouldn't have asked. Forget I said anything. The soldier hurries and leaves, grabbing his side with one good hand, supporting the bottom with a limp arm, grimacing the heat. I reach in my pocket and grab out what I have with the doctor. Hey, wait. I go up and put the medicine in his pocket. What's this? It'll relieve some of the worst symptoms. You can share it with the others. I'll visit Blackstream and collect what you owe me later. Sir, go. You'll love our village. Thanks. You really are like the Rhodes Islanders. I heard you were the one who found the doctors who knew how to make the medicine. To be honest, what we're making hardly even qualifies as medicine compared to the suppressants that I knew. Rhodes Island offers low-cost treatment plans, but at the end of the day, they're a company. They need research funding, and they have corporate due diligence to deal with. Who knows how many eyes are on them in Casimirs, Colombia. That's why you persuaded Nine to go north. The warriors say there's a factory there. Tiny pharmaceutical factory. So small it's barely a workshop. It's not even on a nomadic plate, but that little piece of land was once the salvation of many infected. That is, until it grew big enough to caught people's attention. Some of the ones... Oh. I was not expecting a phone ring. Alright, hold on. Alright, we should be back now. Sorry about that. For the story, deep in the forest where nobody's watching, we need medicine, even if it's just a pale imitation of the real thing. But more importantly, it was once a starting point of Victoria's Union movement. We have to unite across those scattered across the continent. We have to tell them that help has come. I've seen plenty of infected self-help organizations. Kind souls helped us from time to time, but in the end, none of them lasted. When I was at Rhodes Island, I often wondered if things would get better if everyone worked harder and made more medicine. Maybe, but Shadowbugs changed my mind. Why do they crack down on workshops like these? Why are kindness and hard work warped by hatred and prejudice? When even it's as fuzzy as the fog, why does anyone, even the infected themselves, decide to wait for their own deaths in the middle of the lake? I stare at Tallulah, who hardly reacts. Her eyes are calm, and usually so. Her soul is too weary, having seen too much. What's become of the woman who was once her leader? Or had she uttered the same words before and seen what came of them? I'd hope she'd mention if that ended up being the same thing. You know what I mean. Neuropathy is an illness, but we leave the illnesses of Rhode Island for now. Our enemy isn't just neuropathy, it's oppression and prejudice, the truths they've tried to cover up. Neuropathy is just the culmination of all the decay across the land. Taking back a symbol may help the infected Victoria realize and stand together with us. Stand together. That's something only Reunion can do. We told the others what you think? Of course, someone was talking to Nine about it. No, you know what I'm talking about. A little, I get a general answer, that's why I'm here. Whatever the case, we didn't choose the same path, so it's not my place to ask for more. Of course it isn't. Rhodes Island's a paradise of idealists. Me, a man who can only see what's right in front of me. The gain and loss is right in front of me. I've heard the veteran guerrilla fighters talk about the days of reunion in the tundra, the ideals everyone held, the city infected our home. Some of them thought it was just within reach and almost realized Chernobog, but fell short of the end. But I know the city of dreams is still far away. And how could a single city be enough? What could a single city do? Still limping. Maybe you should go sit in the back. Just a little sprain. You haven't been on a lot of expeditions lately. My squad passed the wilderness the other day with infected comrades from Greenwich. The earth had been torn open, ditches everywhere. Looks like one of the turnip farmers back home, except smaller. I tripped. Snort. Why, I didn't think there was a place like that near Londinium. Walt said that all those trenches, hundreds of them, each one big enough to fit in our entire squad, were battleship tread marks. No wonder you look worried. It takes all my strength to just go day to day. Don't think too much about it. A report from the Scouts Guard. We heard sounds in the woods up ahead. The Originium zone sensor went off when we got close, so we couldn't be sure exactly what it was. Send word to the rest of the team. We'll go around. Roger. Percival, I'll come along with you guys. Don't want to trip up. You're gonna trip up again. There's an unsettling smell in the air. The instruments show a high level of active originium, not a good sign. Remember protective measures. Keep your masks on. Was that man under the tree? No, it's a Victorian uniform, ripped beyond recognition, somewhat familiar. A sergeant's badge next to it. A tiny music box covered in originium dust but barely playing. Infected confirmed dead. We should leave. Percival walks slowly, humming along with the scattered music. Do you know the song, Guard? No, but I've heard it before. Sun on the meadow, summery warm, filling our home with euphoria. We gather together to greet the storm. Tomorrow belongs to Victoria. Victoria National Anthem. Our teacher made us sing it over and over until we had it memorized when I was little, before I got sick. It's been a long time since I last heard it. I was born in Victoria. By all accounts, I should be Victorian, but what about now? The sergeant believed it belonged to Victoria to the very end. He was lucky. He didn't have to go through everything he would have had to go through. The reason I called myself Reunion was tired of being punched, thrown out of factories before I got paid, being kept out of the cheapest hostel rooms, no matter hostel rooms, no matter how much money I had on me. Reunion showed me another path besides suffering and dying in silence. That's all I needed. Even if the price was abandoning my family, country, everything else I've ever had. In fact, I had lost all of it the moment the first crystal dropped through my skin. It took me a long time to get it. All of us, Ursane, Colombian, Victorian, Sarkis, Feline, Liberty, we are all Reunion. If we had to cross every battlefront, every war zone, every corpse-laid ruin in order for our deaths to be seen or heard, then we'll cross them. Excellent. Doing it on the hard mode basically means that I get all rewards at once, and costs twice as much sanity, but I get twice the rewards. On battle. Air Bearer provides large attacks to respawn creation. Puzzle's actually a pretty nice unit, and both his skill 1 and skill 2 are pretty good. His skill 2 melts stuff, but his skill 1 is good for just making DP. In fact, if you can get a consistent target, he actually generates more DP than any other Vanguard in the entire game. Even more so than Inez and Cantabile, although granted that Inez is usually brought for other reasons. I should probably bring the arts damage here. It didn't mark the Londinium cannon, so I don't think it's back for this chapter. Ah, one of the warships. Endless reports. An avalanche of intel has flooded this lonely battleship ever since it left Norport. There are signs of trouble from Lithania to the east, Sargon the southwest, Kierig to the west, and everything remains silent in the south. The messages are suffocating, eating away at my nerves. Oh, this must be Delphine talking. My mother seems utterly unmoved, passively issuing order after order. But even she cannot resist a frown when she reads the congratulations from her fellow dukes. This is her life. She is here, and so is Lincardine. I am home. Focus, Delphine. Listen to the reports. There's no time to let your mind wander. She adjusts her the position of her eye patch. Is it to hide the wrinkles? The weather here is very different from Lincardine. Its suppressed, heavy gloom of rain and fog are ever present. I just want to... What are you gazing upon so absent-mindedly, Delphine? Nothing, Mother. I just don't get to see Londinium from this angle very often. I know how you look when your mind is wandering. Are you bothered by the chatters from the rear? No, I'm just thinking about the Norport Borough. Sorry, I didn't expect the situation in Londinium to deteriorate so much, so quickly. I should have arranged for your evacuation sooner. We had compiled reports on everything that went on in Londinium, but we weren't able to bring them. We should be the ones apologizing. That's alright, a few little troubles don't mean much in the big picture. Perhaps the Duke of Castor should be held responsible for most of them. I know, let's hope my messenger isn't making things too difficult for her right now. But the value of the intel to subsequent operations pales in comparison to your value, Delphine. Relax. I'm here. and Galve is nearby. Everything will be right again once we return to the city, where we restore Londinium and Victoria. Of course, Mother, I thought I would die down there. I wouldn't let that happen to my daughter. You've done well. You have patience and attention span of your father. But you don't have to be the one to do all the work. You're my heir, and your place is Lincardine. Our stand-up with Lithanian can be trying. You'll need to get used to those matters. Plus, I could use someone to talk to. I thought I could do better. I'm sorry. There are many things the Duke of Windermere must worry about, for which she needs nerves of steel. But that is not your burden, not yet. You can rely on your mother, at least until she's too old to walk. I understand. Thank you, Mother. We'll be home in another 4 or 5 hours. I've arranged for all the stuff you left behind in the house to be set up. Your pajamas, your pillow, your bed, your bathtub. That's all the stuff from before I came to Londinium. It's not like you're any taller. I have some nice things for you as well, but keep those secret for now. Get a good night's sleep once we're back. But don't get complacent, we have a lot to do. What is it? I was in Londinium a long time, wasn't I? I had many friends, outstanding friends, from whom I had a lot to learn. We've lived in the city in disorder, chewing up and swallowing the lives we once had. We believed in our cause, and I was proud of it. Then things changed. One agent after another disappeared, and the Sarkaz took the city. I was on my own. I had to live with more common people. For the first time, I learned how they lived, how they viewed Victoria. Most of them are dead now. Those who still live huddles in the bowels of the ship, waiting for you to decide their fate. 100 meters beneath my pajamas, bed, and bathtub. I'm really grateful, but all of it is because... She does not let me finish. She puts her hand on my head without patting it, but I know this is her way of showing affection. You did well, my daughter. You've exceeded my expectations. Go and see the troops below. It'll do you good to speak with them. With that, her grace departs. She's always so swift and decisive. I have no chance to say any more. I scratch my... Mother, we can talk later. You should have come here yourself. The words that come out of my mouth surprised me. Was it not because of my call for help that she came? How could I say that? Too risky. We can't fully trust the Lithanians, and we don't know what the Sarkaz are planning next. We've fallen behind on intel as well. She dismisses me with a wave, perhaps telling me not to think too much about it. Her silhouette remains sharp, making me feel like I'm worrying too much and she can't handle it all. Sigh, she's right, I'm not much taller at all. I like to imagine she did the Emmett hand wave. How long will our food last? I don't think this warship was prepared to take on so many refugees. Can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Miss Emile grabbed my hand just now. She didn't say nothing. All she did was look at me. I can't take it anymore. Let's find Delphine. Calm down, Hannah. We're on someone else's ship. Oh, I'll go keep them company. The old timers will feel a bit better with a familiar face around. I'll stay with you. Sorry to keep you waiting. I talked with their quartermaster. Some food will be taken to those who need it most. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Delphine, and thanks to Duke Windermere. Part of me hopes that Mother really does want to help these poor people out of the kindness of her heart. I know it's because of me, or should I say, because of who I am. It's fine, as long as it helps the people that fled with us. You've adapted quite quickly, Vina. Time when we could do as we please has passed, Delphine. Many souls in the ship are counting on me, and I have a responsibility to them, both as Vina and as the Siege. Lots of people are looking at us. I can tell Vina's busy. Mother's ship is one of the biggest of the Victorian ships of the line, but was never designed to evacuate civilians, certainly not this many. The people of Norport are squeezed into holds meant to store ammunition and weapons, trying their best to find a clean place to sit down. This is not the best accommodation, even if the most dangerous weapons have been removed. Vina's gang are doing their best to maintain order. The refugees whisper, the officers on the ship pay no heed, nor does Vina respond to any calls of your majesty or royal highness. Regardless, she's become the heart and soul of this place. Perhaps the civilians don't realize it themselves. The reason they trust Vina is not so much because of her stats, but because she's the only one they can rely on in this unfamiliar environment. How goes the war? The number of reports coming is unreal. Too many variables to keep track of. The Duke of Wellington's offensive is unsteady, and our own defensive lines are being pressed. We should have an overwhelming advantage in terms of forces, even if the Dukes have yet to commit their full strength. We're facing a foe beyond the scope of modern military theory. Yeah, the big thing is the Sarkaz occupation force. Their big weapon is their big secret weapon is the Shard, or basically a super weapon that can cause a natural disaster, long story short. And being able to create a localized natural disaster is about as insane as you'd think. The Nashir King, the only thing we know about him is he comes from a sparse records of ancient times. It has been too long since the Victoria, indeed Terra as a whole, last faced a real Sarkaz army. What chain reaction will their witchcraft produce? Are they really as primitive and backwards as the records say? What force the Sarkaz branches come together to form where we can't see them? Why do they stand together? Yeah, I keep forgetting to do these. The Duke of Windermere is attacked by Gwenara Confessors. The Duke. Oh my. Don't you worry too much though, Mother. Duke of Windermere and Duke Wellington will conduct this war together. Duke of Castor has also publicly declared her allegiance. The stalemate will not last long. Once we return to Unclad Galvade, both supplies and ship supplies will... Whoa, what was that? Looks like we're passing through a canyon. A good thing. It means we're about to leave the battlefield. A canyon? I feel less at ease. I know the Mother's confidence comes from. The ship is defended by Windermere's pride, her sword guards. If the Sarkaz think this merely a reckless act by Duke Windermere, they'll find themselves on the receiving end of blades that have been honed since the War of the Four Emperors. Now, you see, your problem is that you... If I hadn't read that spoiler, I probably would have been suspicious at this, because whenever they talk up an elite force as much as they are here, that means they're going to be completely obliterated with absolute ease. But do we truly know the Sarkaz? Is ship slowing down, Siege? I think so on the weather side. What time of day is it? How long has it been since we left Norport? A few hours, I think. Is this just an ordinary canyon? Yes, nothing remarkable besides the abandoned factories. Abandoned factories. Yes, this place has been abandoned before London fell into chaos. Why? Because of catastrophe. The massive crystal formations. Be careful. Hey, I'm talking to you. Something's not right. There's some different smell in the air. I look around instinctively and the elite soldiers in the hold are gone. This isn't right. Get away from him, Hannah. Siege pulls her back before I can. I see the soldiers smiling at me. Look out! Too late. Blood seeps from the gaps in the ceiling, dripping in the infiltrator's eyes. Merge, spread, blood? Where's this blood coming from? Look out! Siege pushes me away. An instant later, blood mists where I stood. The entire hold is engulfed in crimson. Blood mist, Sarkaz witchcraft! Too many civilians are here. Morgan, Dagda, Indra. The four of them exchange glances, take up positions around the frightened crowd. The emotions of the crowd shock from panic. Some of the corners begin to scream without even seeing what happened. Get down, the stairs to the north. Lady Delphine. Hurry, the ship's doctor. We're under attack by witchcraft. The ship's casters can't decipher it. The Duke can... Damn, how did they... Look out! A claw slaps away a sword that was inches from his throat. The blood mist disperses, reconvenes, taking a gooey, wet form. A Sarkaz emerges from Blaze shadow. The vampire's witchcraft has taken hold. A Confessarius. I know that outfit, the skull mask. Sigh of Kings. One variable to eliminate. Cause chaos and eliminate the outblood. Hesitate not to spill your own blood. Oh. You're part of the siege on the Knights of Tower. Careful, I gotcha. You will die here with your King Victorian. Do it. Others on deck. We still have civilians and people below. Delphine, your left. Careful. Sorry, thanks. There aren't many of them. We can pin them down. The reinforced compartments, one bulkhead. Get the civilians. No, there's something more important you must do. Those people came with me. I promise to protect them. Duke Windermere likely doesn't know how bad things are below. Go inform her. We'll hold out till the reinforcements arrive. Aye, this suits us better. You have formal command structure. There's no way to integrate us quickly. Ina, go. The Glasgow gang will have to defend the civilians. Damn, I got a hard head. Almost made my hand go numb. Sarkaz profanity. So be it. The side of Kings will be spoils enough. Surround the Aslan. Get ready for a brawl, mates. For an instant, I wished I was with them. Like when I first joined the Slobberknocker gym. When I went from being alone to being in a community. Cador and Beard. We stood together. This ends now. A swing of the hammer compresses the air in the passage and it roars. The fact that they actually... Yeah. The Sigh of Kings, the totally not Excalibur sword, is definitely important. Duke of Castor wanted it in exchange for help, despite it supposedly having no power. And the Sarkaz probably want to get rid of it because it supposedly can just stop natural disasters, the calamities. Tiny drops of liquid, my vision blurs. Delphine! A shadow draws near. Delphine! Mother! I try to wipe my eyes. I see another pair of eyes in front of me. Red flows in their sockets. Delphine, go no further. Oh, you're hurt! You'll only be in the way. Same for me. Kill me for whatever this is consumes me. The sword guards in our grace will kill the Sarkaz. Don't put yourself in danger, Delphine. I don't even feel pain anymore. Free me, then stop. I draw my sword. She's still conscious. Should not, but I see the relief in her eyes. She grabs my sword and sends it to her own body. I'm trembling. I can't see it clearly. Yeah, the sanguine Sarkaz are basically bloodbenders. So, hey Delphine, you must live. Thank you for freeing me. And that includes the extreme levels of control. If you're familiar with where I get the term bloodbending from. I look down and see red eyes. She gives breathing, smiling at the end. This is sarcasm, mother. My feet cannot move, worry unease and fear. The lights go out. The only light comes from above deck. There was only silence among the bodies. Rain solidifies as it falls, flowing backwards, evaporating, converging. A red-black sun rises in the sky, obscuring its white counterpart. A bloodless complexion emerges from the black sun, not a speck of blood on it. He descends from it. I avert my gaze. Am I afraid? How shameful. You should not have dodged. The paleness of your face should have contrasted well with the blood drops. They would have painted a picture of beautiful despair. Leeches can't stop playing with blood, I say. Nothing has changed with you people, even after all these centuries. Rain begins to fall again. Drip drop. Look, it's a good day to die. Your Grace, this attack was planned, as expected. For a sovereign Sarkaz to pay a personal visit, though. All well and good, I suppose. The battle below is not going well. The officers are organizing the defense. No matter, this one is our only threat. Mother, the Duke of Windermere points her sword towards the invading Sarkaz leader. I cannot see the expression on her face, but that's not the mother I know so well. The soldier was right, I'd only be in the way. I've long had enough of the Lethanian spire arts. I wonder what the spine of a vampire looks like. She's basically taking on the Vampire King himself, so yeah. When they hype up someone's combat that much. You're a strong Victorian. I don't think you'll shirk back, but your blood will betray you. The Creator built a bridge of life for humanity, and I stand above that bridge. Oh, not any worse than those spire madmen. A blue blade cuts the rain of blood. A tiny drop of rain cuts open Mother's cheek. Was it the red rain or is blood seeping out? I could not see. There's no change in Mother's expression, but I've never seen her get hurt before. Poor fool, still clinging to dreams and fantasies. Guess why your battleship failed from within? Focus on the mission at hand, soldiers. Ready. Roger. Your duty is to kill the enemies of Windermere, not protect the life of Windermere. Do all you can to weaken the sarcasm. Victoria will take back what is hers. The vampire's movements start slow. No, the sword guards are too fast. I have received formal military training. I did not go into Londinium unprepared, but here now I realize the weight of the words of Duke of Windermere. Mother never let her daughter see the kinds of battlefields she knew. Not bad, not bad. You aren't a Duke of Victoria for nothing. How many Sarkas have you eaten? I do not have any such disgusting habits. No, you and your ancestors reveled in war, from Casimirs to Lethanian. A Duke of Windermere once had an army of Sarkaz in the War of the Four Nations, which engulfed most of the land. How did you or your ancestor use them? Parlor tricks, the theft of witchcraft, a favor to the Nashir. The blood and flesh of Sarkaz spread across the battlefield, becoming yet another bulwark for your glorious armada. You ate them up all right. Are you after revenge, Sarkaz? Of course. How dare you trifle with the methods of my creation, the property of the Crimson Court? He's being strengthened by the blood of the fallen. No, it's no longer body fluids, but part of the curse. Prepare counter arts. Stay calm. Take a deep breath. My throat is coarse. I cannot speak. I try to grasp for air, but the small blood is all there is. Vampire and calm Serious. This is Mother's flagship. Linkar's most experienced commanders, bravest soldiers, most. Yeah, they're hyping up way too much for them to not be cannon fodder. But I realize why the ship sailed deep within enemy lines without support. Because of me. No. This is no time for self-flagellation. I have to do something. If there's no place on this battlefield for me, someone must bring order. One of the kings of Sarkaz court is here, but would they really attack us so recklessly? My espionage background tells me something's missing from the puzzle. I have to do something. Think. Could it be? No, Arthur can teleport an entire army. Our ship fell from within. I know this feeling. Damazti. I encountered in person when leaving Norport. I had heard about this terrible king of court from Amia, but he was defeated. How could he? Still, this is the most likely answer. There are two kings of court on the ship. A truly terrifying conclusion. What about the vampire? Why didn't he go straight to his target if he could use witchcraft on the officers? Attacking secondary targets and then creating disorder, that's too inefficient. But the Sarkaz fighting with Mother, the Damazi, did he simply infiltrate us by taking the face of Victorian? Oh, damn it! Mother, Delphine, stay back! That one's a fake! Sword guards and weapons impale the vampire. The light of arts penetrates his twisted visage. The arts passed down the generation are simple but brutally effective. Mother quickly sets her sights back on the target. I draw my sword. The sword guards don't hear my cry, but Mother's ready. The vampire laughs. The massive blood's arts explode before it can be cast. A gust of wind sweeps the sticky air, blowing away the sanguine rain and wind. Death falls silent. True terror begins to spread. Blood converges upon the end of a silhouette, forming crystal. Then the other, the true. Enough. I do not enjoy seeing another wear my face. Sword guards pull back, even though two of them are too late by an eyelash, and their flesh takes incomprehensible form. I can feel my sword arm trembling, my throat seizing up. This is a battle beyond my comprehension. The little girl saw through your disguise. You're losing your touch, Damacy. The previous you would have been much more convincing. Interesting, I thought Damacy died. Is that so? These arts are merely poor imitation by the confessarius. Fool, uncouth, vulgar killing. He looks towards me, then towards Mother. I am trembling. Delphine, yes. Good job seeing the trick. All the sword guards would have been lost. There's nothing more we can do here. The escort fleet is approaching. We must ensure the communication with fleet is maintained. Communications towers behind the deck. The enemy's few in number. Go. I'm counting on you. She pats my shoulder with an injured hand. Only then do I notice she has many more scars on her face than I remember. Understood. I turn around and run for the communications tower. Pride overcame fear. Mother said, I'm counting on you. I see the confessari trying to blow the communications tower, and our soldiers still resisting. Thank goodness, the communications tower hasn't fallen yet. The ship's slowing down. It's the engine. They're attacking the engine room. Damn it. Grab my hand. Don't look back up. Get up. Thank you, Lady Delphine. We must regroup and counterattack. Reinforcements are on the way. Listen up, men. Dust clouds are in the distance. Help is on the way. Their plan has failed so easily. I turn around. The front of the deck is engulfed in a red fog. Only the flashing of sword and vampiric arts have penetrate it. Why do I feel uneasy? Delphine, look out! The pair of eyes peer at me. Infinite raindrops and the reflection of blood on the deck. The vampire's hand brushes my neck. Why? Is he not fighting, Mother? Vina tries to push me away, but it's too late. My sword. I still have my sword. I am her daughter. She's counting on me. The blood-woven crimson witchcraft vanishes the air. You're right. I'm fine. It's all in my head. Your troops are holding back the enemy below, so we've come to help. Bad news, we found traces of Damacy down there. We know. The Sanguinant Damacy are attacking together. No. That attack was not a Damacy feint. It was a true vampiric blood witchcraft. If the King of Sarkaz Court intended to kill me, there's no reason I should still be alive. It was not my own strength that allowed me to resist. He had other plans. He had no doubt about that. Once again, I took a look towards the sword guards. Their swords still flashing. I can vainly see silhouettes of converging. Something's not right. They're falling one by one. Are they backing up? That's not right. Where's Mother? Delphine, where are you going? Ah, dreadful. The scent of blood has changed. Confessarius has succeeded, as has the sanguine arc. Pull back. Those unable to do so, drive your daggers into your hearts at my command. You! Impossible. Even if the fight against the fake vampire took its toll, Mother and her sword guards could not have fallen. I know the legend of Windermere's sword, which no wall could stop. The blade of light struck down spires, one of Victoria's two sharpest swords. I grew up listening to them. Why? How? I charged in the fog of blood, hearing only my accelerated heartbeat. Finally, I spy a figure. You have lost all sensation in your arms. Your guards are routed. How do you feel now? Ah. Sarkaz, he caught you. An instant of weakness disorder. Why? We don't understand. We find it regrettable. She's finished. Let this great warrior savor the fading of life. Are you leaving? I have no interest in inconsequential deaths that remain. One glance at that devil's enough to freeze my blood, but he does not kill me. The blood is a penny a gallon. What are you after? We are unsure. The age of shame is coming to an end. Are you hurt? It does not matter. He disappears into the blood. The fact he said it does not matter and not know is rather telling. Oh, there you are. The ones who saw through us. You said we were losing our touch. How convincing was that last one? Is this good enough? Don't you dare wear her face. He smiles at me with Mother's face. We must try. Then, with an identical sword, Mother's sword, he impales his own chest. Sarkaz! In my fury, I try to charge. My body refuses to move. We'll do better next time. He whispers in my ear, wearing my own face. Mother's sword still in his chest. In my chest, actually. He follows a familiar blood which covers him and consuming him. After that, the blood boils and evaporates, as though nothing had happened. All I can do is pick up Mother's sword. I catch sight of Mother. The sound of fighting has stopped, the wind has calmed, the ship has stopped. I see blue hair on the ground, Mother's bleeding. Delphine, I can't see very well. Have they retreated? They're gone. Mother, I'll call for the doctors. You'll be fine. You're the Duke of Windermere, my mother. Wait here. I couldn't beat him. I couldn't believe it. Don't go, Delphine. Let me look at you. Mother's body grows cold in my arms. I dare not let go. The sound of Mother's heartbeat fades further and further away. Don't cry. I'm not crying. I saw you swing your sword, Delphine. Very good. You have injured her hand. Your grip, it was never right. It was too hasty. I was too hasty. Mother, don't say any more. Gazes towards the horizon. Is that direction of Londinium? Her eyes have always lain upon Victoria. I remember the direction your father left in. We had a surprise for you when we prepared long ago. Mother, Delphine, I thought you'd be taller. The clothes would be a bit loose. Just calm down, Delphine. The rain stops. Not a moment's rest. Interesting. Did the Dynasty leave one behind?
Everyone, not one fewer when we come back. Hello, everyone over there. You can breathe easy. What's the line? I'm just your average mechanic.
Flourish or perish.
Careful of music on the battlefield, especially when you face a Lysani.
These guys are gonna get necrosis damage now. Gotta be careful there.
Let's begin.
That's arts damage, not physical, but...
I can read you like an open book.
Okay, good. The DOT... Puzzle may have died, but his DOT finished the job.
I have no doubt.
I don't mind if he deals necrosis damage because Highmore can cure it herself.
Don't get careless just because I.
Oh right, she can only heal herself. That's fine. Okay, no, it's not fine.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Let's just get this done with.
Shall I open? Shall I open? Listen or leave.
As doleful as a clarinet.
Let's have Puzzle help out for some raw damage here.
Don't worry, can't have any more casualties. Oh, you dare strike my.
Every look you take has value.
Alright, Mint, do your thing. These guys are really durable.
Shall I close? Silence, sofort!
Every look you take has value.
As you asked.
True AoE should be helpful here. I don't think any more are coming, so I can do this.
Mission accomplished.
Not too bad. A bit rough, but nothing I couldn't handle. Amazed. Our power suppressed. Save the doctor follows. Try to present a picture of calm. The crowd is running. The nightmare. There are screams everywhere. They hardly awaken from the last nightmare. And they're put into another great escape. You brace yourself against the wall. Someone ran into you hard. Someone pretty darn strong. It all happened so quickly. You had no time to plan. You expect the worst the moment you fail to stop the first drop of blood from seeping on a citizen. Even worse, that you and Ami have become separated by the stampeding crowd. It's been a long time since you last felt alone. Don't panic. It screams, no unless you command. Out of my way, out of my way! The monsters are coming! Get out of my way! There's blood on you, like the monsters! They're not your operators, these are just ordinary people. Reason is a luxury in the face of death. Doctor! Doctor, I'm here, grab my hand! Finally hear a familiar voice. Amiya! Amiya tries to force her way and reaches out. Grab my hand, Doctor! You know you're the only one whom Ami cares most. The one whom Ami cares most about, always. You do not want to disappoint her. You penetrate the crowd and extend your hand with all your strength. Wait, you're not Amiya? You realize who it is a moment before your hands touch. Damatsi. Why? What should the King of Sarkaz look like? I heard Logos' bone whistle. The myriad souls still reject us. However, a change has occurred. A part of us has left us. We must make a choice, and we cannot remain stagnant. The Matsi approaches you one step at a time. You can feel the one-time King of Sarkaz court has changed. He's no longer an idle observer. He's begun moving forward. Doctor! King of Sarkaz. I've tried to imitate you, but it seems I've failed. A new Damatsi. Is this your choice, to formally stand against us? We simply decided to try. We will learn our meaning in the battle against you, King of Sarkaz. Where does our path lead? Once I asked the previous Damasi what I should do. He said I must overcome all doubt and hesitation. You still call me the King of Sarkaz after being reborn. Then find the answer yourself. You will not get it from me. She's always at your side smiling. Almost makes you forget she's the true King of Sarkaz. Dark arts rumble. You find Amiya's presence downright imposing. But still you feel uneasy. Instincts tell you this was no ordinary attack. In just a short period of time, you've learned the Duke Windermere, defender of the frontiers, is no pushover. She had her flagship break off from the fleet to save her daughter. This was an opportunity, but the rest of the fleet was not so far away. The tactical advantage in attacking a ducal vessel was limited, unless this was a decapitation operation. No, killing a duke only makes the men angrier. There's more to Theros' plan. Plus, the ship is home to more than just the Duke's elite guards. You and your friends are here. The King of Sarkaz is here. Suddenly, a pair of intense eyes faces you. Suddenly, a pair of intense pain... Pang of intense pain. Oh, did I hurt you? That Ascalon woman is so annoying. Is she so persistent with everyone? Doctor! Amiya disengaged from her battle to run towards you. Arts converge and her crown appears above her head. Look out, Amiya. You're the one they're only one they're after. The black arts are shattered and the crown gone. Her arts disintegrate in an instant as though they never existed. How could this be? That's the power of the King of Sarkaz. Huh, I guess it was overhyped this entire time. I've long waited to rummage your emotions and memories, little king. I thought the Revenant could cause you some difficulty, but you seem to be in better condition than I expected. Goddess, no chimera. You're no Theresa. An eerie dark halo engulfs her. She tries to break through, but the Comphasaris' cage does not budge. The cage grows smaller. You look for someone who can help, a way to break Amiya free. Comphasaris guards block any eyes that dare gaze upon this place. The enemy is more prepared than you thought. Let go of me. You had the fortitude to be conferred the crown, but do you truly understand your power? We've studied the King of Sarkaz for tens of years. Well, clearly it's not all that great if you're able to break it just by snapping your finger like that. Her struggle grows feeble, an ancient bane art drains her strength. Her knees buckle and falls. She lifts her head, but not a ripple of art's ant. As for you... You feel a chilling gaze scanning you. Your heart's beating fast. It threatens to escape your chest. Anger and despair. Death extends its tendrils. You clench your fist. Get away from the doctor! Ooh, still mastering the power king of sarcasm, even when surrounded by witchcraft. I'm starting to miss Liz. Well, this is the benefit of our experiments. I'll spare the doctor's life for now and teach you to leverage your emotions, but I must make sure you behave before sending you over to the leader. Great, Damatsi, that nasty woman is coming. May I count on you to deal with the rest? Very well. Maybe she'll temper us. You see Ascalon sprinting towards you. Countless confessorius guards stand her way, but they fall without a second, and the figures of the countless Damatsi once again bury her. The confessorius, the blue hair, lifts Amia in her arms. The whole structure around you shatters, and the staircase, earth and stone, the wall of canyon opens. You have seen arts like this before, but she's no gargoyle. Doctor, Amia. Wherever they walk, the stone bridge trembles and shatters, and the cracks in the wall heal. Ascalon tries to free herself from the Damatsi tide, but the expressionless fragments seem endless. Doctor, stay where you are. Most important thing. The confessorius and Amia grow distant. You've now heard it many times from many people. You're not built for fighting, so we cannot even compete the beginner course for trainee operators. Calcit wanted you to stay in the rear, but Calcit, equally thin and stood before Therasis. You still see the gaping wound when you close your eyes. You should wait where you are. Ascalon needs time. You can work on a rescue plan once the battle's concluded. A commander should learn to recognize when the situation's untenable. But your ears ring. Ami is your partner and family. You sense her sensibility, and your past memories cry out. Smiles, tears, the hard times, even the brief joy. The whole breach is right beside you. The stone staircase is starting to fall apart. You put a numb foot forward. Let her go. Let Amia go! You leap before the bridge shatters completely. You run like you never before as the ground falls out beneath where you tread. Your view is obscured by the white vapors you exhale. Your whole body trembles. You never lamented frailness of your physique. It's not far. You can catch them. There's no time to think. The hole's within reach. Ever-shifting rock time. Steps further. You muster all the speed you have. Your next instant, you find yourself falling into infinite darkness. How much time has passed? With your portable light, you see countless hands have emerged from the ground, just pulling the passage, sewing it shut. Space continues to contract, pressing on you. You do not know how far you must go, but you must not stop. Down, down. Your lungs sting. A light in the distance is your only hope. Escaping the contracting hole, you find yourself hanging in an upside-down statue. From its eyes seep water from above, gleaming in eerie red and light of magma. Where's this place? Where are these statues? You recognize the statues as Jal. The gargoyle statues, the roof of the cave, feet burning in the magma. The banshee curls up with wilted thorns, bone whistle in hand. And no, tries to tear the wind. Tries to tear the rock apart, which is frightful. Now the withered vampire extends the hands of lava. The creature unknown race holds its head in its hands. Calms running through its eyes. Stones of the statue of the Sarkaz races? You're tough, Doctor. I respect that. Feel a heavy blow. And a pale pair of baleful eyes. Awake? Why did you follow me with that feeble constitution of yours? I examined your body, but I found nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Your structure is unusual, different from all the samples I've seen. I'd very much like to study you in great detail. Yeah, Confessorius experiments you do not want. They are basically the mad scientists here. You don't want anything to do with that. Fortunately, this place has been abandoned a long time, and the equipment's far from adequate. It would not do to damage such a precious sample. Perhaps I should bring it back to Lindinium. But Therasis seems to pay particular attention to you. Amia. You look towards Amia. Her consciousness seems hazy. Black arts seep out from her, then fade to the air the next instant. Her brow twitches in pain. She's not in good shape. You've rarely seen this expression on the brave child's face ever since you met in Chernobog. Look, Doctor, what is she looking at? She's trembling. What did you do to her? The King of Sarkaz grants the Promised Land. The little bunny simply got a taste of her own power. We don't need to be crossing swords. You want knowledge? Rose Island has it. A laughable attempt at flattery. Painfully amusing the way you hopelessly grasp at straws. No operators at your side, nothing for you to command. Even the King of Sarkaz, whom you served, is leaving you. What can you do? She draws closer. You tighten the hand hidden behind your back. All you have is a sharp rock you happen to pick up in the chaos. Your reason tells you this is useless. Maybe you could have had a speck of hope if you were Blaze, Ascalon, or even Poppycar. So even a 3-star operator would be better. You feel regret, but even stronger is your determination. The pain in your hand keeps you conscious. Patience. Wait for her to draw closer. I've asked the leader many times, why does power so often end up in the hands of the ordinary? What have these forgotten kings of Sarkaz given us besides a life of exile and persecution? Will you, Doctor, be the one that caused another round of suffering? I have the same question, but hurting Ami's not the answer. I appreciate your intelligence, but there's never been a shortage of smart people. There's nothing that can compare to this opportunity, what we have pursued for thousands of years. If she can force the crown upon the head of this little bunny, then it can be forced out. Oh, so you want to steal Ami's crown. Steal? No, this crown is not a ring lying on the battlefield for a taking. You'll never understand. The blue-haired Confessarius turns to Amia. This might be your choice. You make calculations to full strength, perhaps. What's this? A rock? You feel your internal organs twitch and convulse. The taste of rust fills your mouth. One little push and your right hand loses all sensation. Bones have been broken. Wincing in the intense pain, you force yourself to lunge forward, but she lithely dodges. You fall in front of Amia, blocking the blue-haired Conferius' malicious gaze. How touching, putting yourself in front of her, but it's meaningless. You're so obsessed, I have a better way to deal with you. Perhaps that brain beneath the hood holds secrets beneficial to our experiments. There, don't try to resist. Share your memories with me. You can feel the Confessarius' breathing. The numbings... Unfortunately, we have amnesia, so we don't remember anything. Ancient witchcraft moves towards the top of your head. Hey, get out of my head. What? What could possibly repel a Confessarius King of Sarkaz? But a man should have been shackled. A black vortex rises from behind you. Amia whispers at center. The black crown trembles with agitation. Ancient Sarkaz language. The shackles of myriad souls are not so easily broken. She remains amidst the myriad souls. She has chosen to protect you subconsciously. Ha! Wait, that's not all. Her connection with the crown is glowing? Yeah, since Ami is not standing with them, they're hoping to steal it and put it to someone they're hoping will be more productive, I guess. Is that Amia's voice? You get a feeling she's growing more distant by the second, a place you cannot reach. Amia, wake up! Try to grab her. The black vortex roils between you, a great force trying to push away. You dig your one good hand in the dirt, dragging the rest of your hide along, and you're trying to bring towards the girl lying there. Ah, such intense emotions. Looks like Theros' choice was not entirely one out of desperation after all. Just a little further. Why don't we cut straight to the chase then? I hope this won't break your little head. That would be a shame. The Confessari left more than statues in this cavern. Sarcasm incantation. Amia! You touch her. You promised. Reject the voice! Black vortex shatters and vanishes. You grab Amia's hand. Amia's grown up, but her hand still feels small and frail. Her palm is filled with sweat. You do not know if Confessarius' curse worked or if this is a result of Amia's effort and yours. Tisk. Blood sprays from the Confessarius' neck. Ascalon walks towards you, casting out another glance at the fallen. That was reckless, Doctor. If I didn't run into... Look out! Blood explodes and the sanguine shockwave steeps towards you. Figure stands in front, arriving in the nick of time. It's Logos! Vampire arts. What have you done to your bloodline? Hard to imagine that you're related to Shining. The amount of grief that your degeneration has caused that fine girl. Lord of Banshees. I'm impressed. It couldn't have been easy to get here. The Confessarius puts a hand on her neck wound, the blood that sprayed from it slowly flowing back. I should have been more careful, knowing that the sitting Lord of Banshees is rather rebellious. You're more dangerous than we expected. Urgent situation. Interrogation is out of the question. Kill her and leave. I know. I see. Their mad science must have incorporated some of the vampire's powers. You see Logos' cold expression, the incantation. Oh, thanks, 17th. Septim. You see Logos' cold expression. Well, Arknights. Yeah, it's been a bit. But since the chapter is here, I figured this would be a good time to go back to it. I'll probably interchange this and Kakarot for a little bit, since I'm in the mood for both of them, that's for sure. But you do not see Celis' fear, anger, and expression you might expect to see when facing her own death. You see only curiosity. This is the Lord of Banshees, the Elgiac Court. Indeed, these incantations are no less refined than that of your famous mother. But did you know? Such refined arts are far from the circus. Contributed to Lamb. Indeed, huh? I should... Yeah, I still need to play Sins of the Flesh there. I guess I need to wait until I'm in the right mood for it, but I'm definitely going to be doing the new content, to be sure. I know they added a lot more to the story and history, and they actually do a good job of adding more overall world lore, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. But I'm a bit obsessed with Kakarot for now, that's for sure. I should grab a sip of my drink while I'm here, actually. Hold on. Viennes are murder on my throat, but they're quite enjoyable. She is backing up, and behind her, the statue of a banshee towers above. Ascalon. The instant before everything went black, you saw Ascalon grab Amia while Logos shielded you. You saw the statue come to life. You saw the Confessor's eyes narrow and saw her ring the death knell first. Doctor, we've left the cave. Ascalon is scouting the area. Your right forearm is broken. I made a makeshift sprint, but I'm no medic. And what about Amia? Still unconscious. The Confessor said something effective, trapping the myriad souls, but she's alive, at the very least. You turn around to see the rabbit girl lying peacefully in her tree as if she was merely sleeping. I can understand Ascalon's objecting to your methods. She's concerned for more than just your safety, but it's also true that you bought us some time. The Confessorius and Amia would be behind Londinium's walls now, if not for your effort. Well, the Confessorius. She got away. Rock, earth, blood, and the wail of a banshee. Is this the Sarkaz the Confessori want, one so obsessed with bloodline and witchcraft? Their target's the King of Sarkaz. We have to inform Calcit and Shining. Wait. Vapor around us. This can't be. Careful, Doctor. We're maybe inside the enemy's trap still. I don't often see that look on your face. This is not Victoria. This is the Convallis of the Banshees.
Our wills and spirits are ever burning against the fiercest enemies.
Excellent. I was able to beat on hard mode, so I managed to get all the lovely rewards. Which is good, because I'm really low on resources. I should have... Luckily, Puzzle was a project that's not too expensive, and I did actually work on a new one. Let's see, what's this? 3 tiles are no longer available for deployment. Doesn't seem too bad, honestly. I'm not sure how much Leonhard is helping here. Oh yeah, there was a new one I built. Insider.
Got it. You've determined that use of force is required in the current situation, and I'll trust you on that.
Other than Totter, I noticed the Insider was the only male sniper I had that was above 3 stars, so I figure, why not? I'll build him up here. Plus, as the design of Strife showed, having some redundancy in anti-air is probably a good thing. Unfortunately, because he's a freebie, he doesn't actually gain too much from his masteries. He doesn't gain any more ammo for his skills or anything like that. Believe it or not, he actually gets a lot more out of his module, which gives him more total ammo for his skills. Honestly, since coming to Victoria, my drafting work's been at a standstill. Back in my mercenary days, I spent most of my free time writing them. One book filled, a new book empty. Really, I had to write more than I physically could. And yet, since I joined the military commission, I haven't given these notebooks a flip through in forever. Hodor, Inez, and W intercept Lich, but all 4 find themselves sucked into a bizarre mirage. one of which offers a view from several thousand years ago. I haven't given those notebooks to flip through in forever. I obtained what seemed like a higher position power. I wasn't directing a squad or two of mercenaries any longer. Now they put the sand table of the whole battlefield before me, and I grew more and more sick of what I'd written about. I used to believe the most important test of an archivist's character was loyalty to their accounts. Yet bit by bit I came to discover these books had turned to echoes of wave after indistinguishable wave, reproduction of a scene after the same tragedy. I've been through all this with my own flesh, felt all of my own soul. Why even make this vacant language an empty summary? I'd had enough. When did it happen again? I remember last year in September. Last year when the summer was exceptionally long. General, the mayor's dead. Your saber still drips with the blood. Only the blades of the military commission and the mercenaries could be as swift. As long as it's a weapon, there's no real difference. I remember the look he gave me in that moment, but I'm still not sure what he meant by it. Roger. News just came from the Mercs. The 14 MPs in the plot to assassinate the regent have been apprehended. And what stance are the MPs taking? They don't have one. I thought you'd be more direct about your methods. If the military commission requires, I can execute every MP right away. With our current situation, this will suffice. The airship is still under construction, we just need a little extra patience. Pull your men out, the Nazir King Legion has arrived. Legion? My voice shakes a little. The Nazir's Legion. Of all the military powers I've met in war, the vast majority paled in comparison to that one name. The difference is heaven and earth. When? How? Whatever direction the Khazar army enters Victoria from, they'd have to pass through difficult duchies. It wouldn't matter how they conceal themselves. A large force like that could never... His Majesty's arrived at Londinium suburbs. 2 reorganized royal court units directly subordinate to him have been stationed outside the city. I understand. I'll order the mercs to withdraw. Lieutenant Leteau had his talk with the regent. He and his defense forces will soon be assuming control over all of Londinium's administrative affairs. On the surface, Londinium will enter a state of semi-martial law, control led by defense forces, owing to the Garrison Rebellion. I don't think that'll fool the Grand Dukes. Their intelligence networks are well developed. They'll definitely start mobilizing for war within the next few months. It won't take that long. It's exceedingly likely the quickest army will show up in Londinium's walls within 20 days. But no fear. No matter who arrives first, they won't be hasty to act. Any duke that dares march alone will become a common enemy of us all, just as the Duke of Windermere's failure of a raid 2 years ago. Her high-speed warships didn't even succeed in launching from their berths before their own men obstructed her. It was ridiculous. Duke of Windermere, she's clever. She's been warning Parliament since the days the regent first made contact with Victoria. Cavendish didn't just invite us to enter Londinium on lonesome. Each and every duke was hoping to make a military vassal out of the regent, an assistant to the thorn in the sides. Understand, this Duke of Windermere is no exception. Behind the guise of the iron-fisted soldier, she obeys the game of logic, the aristocrats, as much as the rest. She was just the most impatient to place it back in the toolbox. From what I hear, Victoria's legendary steam knights don't even exist anymore. You do have a nose for sniffing, Hoderer. Not a good quality for a serviceman. I'm a mercenary general. The Regent Military Commission scheme was a huge success. Pretty crazy. Somehow, the Sarkas have a firm hold on Victoria's capital. The Dukes need an easy cut-up army to put down dissidents, and Parliament's desperate for an appropriate defense to avoid any more action like the 2 stupid Dukes' adventures. In their eyes, the Sarkas came fresh out of a civil war on a silver platter, table-ready, disposable. Now we've taken the industrial sector, unleashed Parliament, and even the Shard will now be under control any day now. The Regent's taken Londinium, for real. But we can't shunt this city off. We stir up conflict, but then what? We end up buried together with Londinium under the coalition of foreign militaries? What is the Commission planning? I know I'm being a little too forward, but you draw suspicion by being too obedient. Yet Manfred doesn't even turn to look at me, he's flipping through a book. Untitled. Do mercenaries have so many problems, Hoderer? Have I given you too much leeway? I only need to know what the goal I'm serving is. The mercenaries I know have other tastes, inquiring as to more loose-pocketed employer, or mulling over a way to waylay a Sancta caravan. I just have different personal habits. Personal habits. The military commission general before me pries his eyes away from the book. I hear his position here isn't just for service rank. I hear his relationship with Theresis is very special, which means I have to be extra cautious. I dip my head slightly, working to ensure I express through respect and humility. Is our eye alright? It affects my depth perception in sword combat. I'll get used to it ASAP. I've received her interrogation records. The assassin was an Inez woman, a mercenary alike. We sure didn't expect a Sarkaz like Inez to get bought out by Parliament, especially for a hit on the Regent. Inez is dead, and you lost an eye for it. You received commendations from the military commission. No accommodations necessary, and you'll receive payment in mercenary fashion. After all, you and Inez and that lunatic with the W call sign led an active mercenary unit for quite some time. An old Sark has the scar on it. Market. Their commendations are for your binding. Very decisive of you to kill her. It's the only way a mercenary lives. We do anything to survive. Even gutting your own colleagues. Even gutting our own colleagues. Yeah, that's the thing about mercenaries. You can be friends one day and enemies the next, depending on how contracts go. Then I'm sure one day you've come to dispatch me, won't you? You asked me just now, what would the commission be planning? Our plan is only drawn up until the point the war breaks out. As for what follows, that will be their plan to make. This plan is hot. Places the heart of hatred, and it will be buried by vengeance. Just as you wrote in those booklets, just as every war we've been through. Oh, so you were... Never mind that. Carry on writing. You have a heavy mission. Bear that responsibility. Now, the military commission's duty in Londinium is fulfilled. With a single activation of the Shard, the Tempest of War will be unstoppable. In which case, what more could Theresis want to do? What more can we do? Yeah, he has the Shard is a super weapon that can cause a natural disaster, so... Done with your notes? No, I wasn't writing anything. Just giving this sword another polish. Mercenary Claymore. Haven't used this thing in forever. You're so heartless. If you want it, you can have it. Present from me to you. A sword, low efficiency, zero interest. Yeah, W doesn't like anything that doesn't explode. And you found time to fix your hair. I like her quizzical expression here. I can't blame you, I guess. We're not going to have the time for hair gel like you did back in Londinium. It's just more convenient this way. You should have kept that outfit. Maybe you could keep acting the Merc Leader, treasure the army. What's that thing the army guys say? It's your calling to serve? Mercenaries' calling is to get paid, not bereavement. Knock it off and save the spill, you two. Defense perimeter, scouting radius, is that the opening? Until they started fighting, yeah. As for now, they're marching. No matter how much the Dukes hate each other's guts, the front's gonna close in sooner or later. You sure your guy's gonna pass this position? You can literally see the Shard's catastrophe clouds from here. Catastrophe's landing point is the line of fire between the Duke of Wellington and the Nashir King. Chances are the Iron Duke will retreat his front. As for Windermere, she probably wanted the spare energy to deploy her own forces until her daughter's back inside Matic Fortress. My god, doesn't have a lot of exit routes from Londinium. Wait, incoming. The shadow's fast, like a polygonal yarn ball? A what? The overall shape is polygonal, but highly regular. It's arch, high chance the naked eye can't see it, or else she wouldn't make it here. Target confirmed. We can only afford a little rough play. W. I turn back and she's gone. A second later, deafening explosions. After her. The scale of the dust cloaks entire buildings. We're not blind to what's either a sizable witchcraft vehicle or a bizarre aircraft. As ever, W kicks off without restraint. If we did graze a lich, I brush away the smoke, but surprisingly, I feel myself hit something. What is that, a wire? Silk threads. Hanging crisscrossing from the void and pressing into it again. Mercenaries. What a coincidence. Come at me then. This is where the strange sensations truly start. The figure snaps into formlessness in an instant, the threads swirling, fading. I thrust an arm out but grabbed nothing but dust. Did she run? I told you, you can't to blow a lich up with bombs. No, she's still around. We have to catch her. Oh wow, this is a neat effect with the smoke there. Something's not quite right. We never passed by an area like this. Nothing here casts any shadow. Is it an illusion? I think there's a bunch of big guys over there, right by the mountain. There's some crazy swords. How they lift them. Mountain? Wasn't this a plane? I follow where W's looking. The haze thins and the scene becomes clear. I go. Practically everything about the battlefield leaves my mind. Sarkaz traveler speaking in ancient Sarkaz. The ash-bleached city lies ahead. Let us hasten. It will admit us. The children of the soil and stone have built city walls on sorrow's ground. Kazdel, each syllable is a bitter journey up until its own. Where is it? From our dreams we have departed, seeking this day. The age of exile has come to an end. What are they saying? It's an ancient Sarkaz dialect. Sorrow's ground, ash-bleached city. I'm having trouble with the rest. I can only guess. I think they mentioned Kazdel too. Which one? Diablo Balor Seka of the Condemner clan and Quilon, the Aaron Overlord, meet us on our way. Oh, and he's here too. Goldol, the king of the Sarkaz. I couldn't know these names better. I could almost recite their legends from memory. The first line of Sarkaz I ever read was the tale of these people, the epic transcribed again and again, handed down from Kazdel's slum to this day. What these shadows tell is of the second Kazdel, it would be called a city. After the very first Kazdel was laid to waste by the elders and ancients, there passed 1,000 years where Kazdel was no more than a tiny hamlet, a mass of thatch and wooden fencing. Frail, easily destroyed, it was ravaged by the wills of colonizers again and again until the Sarkaz were sent in exile. Until this moment, where the Sarkaz once again accumulate in strength, once again rebuilt a true city. They left the wastes we now call Columbia, and came to the heartlands of Terra, where they lived, and where they died. Then a betrayal, another migration east. Before they'd gone far, a blue flame of fury were once again betrayed. It seems as if Sarkaz history was cursed from there on. History's waves were rolled on to this present day, where the citadels are inherently incessantly scrapped and rebuilt, and still amble about in arm's reach. With the names they speak, those are the city's first kings of Sarkaz. Ermengarde, the kings of Sarkaz, 7,000 years ago. When did this lich appear before us? How does she have this power? I draw my sword across my chest. The lich lifts a hand. How did you produce these things? Considering Kazdel's historical significance and its impact on generations, the legend of the King of Sarkaz have found widespread in song, but these vagabonds? Even we lack for such trifling accounts. This is scarcely even witchcraft. It's absolutely not. No originium arts could attain this degree of effect, or perhaps it could. At the very least, a historian would be needed. And is it a trick of physics? A projector in the forms of images? The mist? When did our brother and sister gain such technology? Oh, how rude not to share. No, it's off. These pictures are too close to recorded truth. Be it a technological feat, where came the material? So even the Lich Ermengarde has no idea what's going on here. Her hand sways gently, like she's feeling something, studying the colors before her and leaving us for her own devices. What's of no known category of arts? It's highly unlikely that it is arts. It's highly likely even that it's not arts. How strange, a Farinmut? If Victoria wanted to tame a Farinmut, it should have started long ago. What's this bitch even doing? Yeah, you've been waxing poetic for a bit now, Ermengarde. It seems you two are not artists. You're simply purely the ones who blew up my beloved cube. It was very comfortable for sitting in it. Messenger of the Lich's Court, Lady Ermengarde, we deeply apologize for using such a method to contact you. I don't know what misconception you have of liches, but honestly, I'm not that old. Stop no-towing. I fear this is not your arts either. I certainly don't have the knack to conjure a band of 7 millennium-old vagabonds. Alright, so the weird thing about this is basically the fact that we're seeing a vision of history of random people, not historically relevant people. What if I use arts to simulate it? Just my most basic tiny amount. A squall whips up. The vision before me recedes the tide. A twisted scene returns to normality. A bloody boulder abruptly appears before us all. Those look like gravestones. What is this? I checked this area 3 days ago. There's nothing like this here. Got Hodor, W, snap out of it. Inez is fine, thanks to the stars. My blood's boiling. The Mercenaries' Day. At the very least, I should probably...
I've finished tuning. I may perform now.
Alright, so I have to defend here at the base area. Oh crap, it's one of these again. Oh, this is not gonna be fun.
Chill, everyone. I'm just here for a few questions. All right. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
Gonna have
Let's
to
just
put
get this done
one
with.
here.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the info I sent back.
Tis but a flash in the drift of time.
The int, I can read you like an open book.
Bullets may be fat, I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves. Faster tempo as graceful as life here.
Darn it. I messed up pretty bad.
Bullets may be fast, but they aren't always so quick to solve disputes. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
Oh my, that guy looks dangerous.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
That's a stab. Then leave it written across your face.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves. Faster tempo as startling as a tritone. Stronger dynamics. Stronger dynamics.
Shall I open?
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arm?
Every expression you make is an opening.
Bullets may be fast. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
Shall I close?
Zerny will barely survive because 3k true damage is not higher than his max HP. Okay, this isn't too bad, honestly.
Oh, even a virtuous king must from time to time look to the sword.
Shall I? Shut up!
We'll double his max HP to 7k. There we are, see?
Oh.
Oh dang, she survived too. Nice.
Mission accomplished.
There we are. Doing pretty well with no meta 6 stars. After the mirage fades, the four-bloodied art circle, Hodor learns the Liches are preparing piecemeal, then proposes seize a lifeline. Transport method capable. I never felt my blood flowing so clearly through my own veins. It surges like crazy, shooting through my limbs, then finally converging my heart again. At Rhodes Island, when the medic operators were examining me, they wanted to inject me with, what was it called? I forget. I sure gave them hell about it. I got the Originium, I didn't want more random junk in my body. Fine, I get the message, we all need this blood to live. Here's oxygen, yada yada, whatever. Hodor told me that once. But right now, I'm sick of it. You're my bloody little shit, so listen to me. And if not, you can get the hell out of my body. I feel for the dagger in my waist. W, what the hell's wrong with you? Nothing, just some bloodletting. Hodor scrunches his brow, the lich is giving her hat a death grip. The racket finally dies down. No, actually, I guess we hardy bunches got used to it. Inez, are you alright? Absolutely nothing's wrong with me, you guys explain. Oh, I get it, these rocks don't work on chilly old hags. I bet Calcic could dance a whole jig here. I'd believe it. I'd also suggest you bandage that wound. I cut surgical, avoided the arteries. So this is anti-Sarka's installation? What's something that's got to do with the blood? Sarka's blood. Huh, that was a difficult guess. This witchcraft device hasn't been properly activated yet. I drew past this area on the uneasy feeling I had. Here lies the main offender. Little wonder the tutors are always so cautious with matters of Londinium. So what if it does activate for real? All Sarkaz just explode and die? Then the Sanguine Arch throws our blood all over the Victorians? No vehicle tracks the vicinity. No sign was transported. They took these giant crystals, crossed all these miles, and then just set them here directly? Somehow this wouldn't be the first time I've heard something like that. Lady Ermengarde, I'm guessing you have nothing to do with this either? Naturally, Liches can't accomplish this sort of thing. The space we research is not this one. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you recognized me just now? Potterer, was it? I've had an eye on your books before, some of your manuscripts even in circulation among Lithuanian sarcas. Do you have any leads for us? Why should I be helping you? You just blew up my little cube. Mitch just shot me a glance. Hey, don't you know how much I'm holding back? Hey, you don't know how much I'm holding back from stuffing a bomb in that chest cavity of yours. Are all Sarkas mercenaries so eager to die these days? She says one more word, I'm seriously gonna do it. W's pretty pissed off. Forget it. Let's talk about this illusion just now. That was a vestige, a spatial one, a temporal one. Were you looking for vehicle tracks just now? That illusion, was it? Some kind of special arts affecting this place. That wasn't Originium arts, and it wasn't Sarko's witchcraft. These art circles are related to the vampires, and the illusion was definitely related to the art circles, but there's no direct line connecting them. Perhaps these are the leads you can use? What position are the Liches taking? The same as ever. We've made no promises. But we do have an informant telling us Kazdel has had Liches show up too. Usually never make appearances in Kazdel. Oh. You left Babel and joined an infected organization that then ended up in Londinium, and we still kept intelligence network up in Kazdel. Are you really just a mercenary? Feels like with your competences, you could easily get hooked up as a ghost watcher in Lithuanian, relatively speaking. Oh, except your art's a little mediocre for that. Personal habits. Personal habits. In a battlefield as extensive, how do you think you'd stop me if I did want to leave without a whisper? You were looking for us, too? Technically, I'm a little interested in you. More specifically, you. You Sarkas always have to talk in riddles. Score one interruption from Inez. She's getting impatient. Nice. Let her draw everyone's attention while I kill this son of a lich dead. Given you get news from Kazdel, that naturally means our siblings act hasn't been feigning ignorance. We need, to give Theris some flex room. We're taking control of Kazdel right now. Everyone's come to Victoria, so someone's gotta look after the place. What flex room? You gonna hold a celebratory feast? Yeah, that's the first part of the plan. Then we declare National Foundation Day and so on. No more jokes now. That is the first part of the plan. Theris and Theris have no plans for evacuation at all. It seems they really do want Londinium to be the battlefield for a face-off against all lands. We have no idea what's giving them so much confidence, but that's their plan, brother and sister. They must have some means in place already. So if they do succeed, that means we'll have to rebuild Kazdel, rebuild the Sarkaz Haven. And if they fail? If the Sarkaz fail here, we'll lose an entire generation of youth, maybe even every youth that was to come. After the expedition of 200 years ago, most nations have no clue about the present state of Kazdel. They aren't even interested in. Until all this, all the Victorian worthies believed Kazdel was just a pile of ruins. Before the Civil War, Her Highness Theris' establishment, Kazdel was just a nascent nomadic city. Until Theris messed the whole thing up. Now Kazdel's just a super giant witchcraft tractor, and that's the kind that's got bolts and parts popping out of it while it trundles along. Kazdel won't stand up to anything you could call war, but the region just so happens to be starting one. Once it begins, every spy will have made contact with Kazdel. How will those nations sitting on the fence regard the Sarkaz within the territory? You're a pessimist. Good, so am I. As part of the plan, the Liches hanging back in Kazdel have formulated plans to break the place up. If Theris fails, Kazdel will immediately be split into pieces, maybe a dozen more, taking their affiliated residents, as per apportioned to clan units, off to hide deep in the Barrens. Route planning, balanced production, ensuring Kazdel becomes a nomadic city isn't without meaning. To Sarkaz, the enmity of the rest of mankind is effectively a catastrophe. Kazdel will meet another age of exile. I swear, Kazdel is basically like that main orc city in the Elder Scrolls timeline, and it just keeps getting destroyed. Sometimes for no good a lot of the time for no good reason. Again with the exile, what kind of crap is this? As if we're not exiles already? Did I miss some nomadic city where we all live happy lives, sipping afternoon tea, watching all the catastrophe clouds go by? The Sarkaz are strongly united at this point. Not all the way I'd hope, but purely in terms of endpoint, Theris has done it. But unity could mean more than just another vengeful massacre. Despite that unity being founded on hatred and war, that's no easy task, Hoderer, my brother. Kazdel is more than a city, it's every person who calls it home. In the original plan, Kazdel didn't need that many inhabitants, and they wouldn't let us take that many away anyway. We have to end this war in Victoria, the sooner the better. If we can't take back the hate, at least we can do is turn it into fuel to cast the supports of Kazdel. And every life to the Kazdel of the future may well be vital. Easily said for you. We just touched on the method for moving supplies and people over long distances. That might be what we've been after the whole time, what serves the military commission's lifeline in Londinium. I'll find it and seize it. If it was able to bring us to Londinium, so it can take us home too, before everybody's buried 6 feet under. You weren't certain to succeed. You just being a mercenary. A place to call home, somewhere you can always return to. There, so all this time I've been trying to keep that name separate from this war. Your Highness, how can a war just like before let anyone rest in peace? I bet it's some diversion by that Theris' bastard. He killed Her Highness, now he's still blaspheming her. Make him beg forgiveness on handed knees. Yeah, Theresis, well, from what we understand, Theresis was involved with the death of Teresa and the fall of Babel, or company. Yeah, but somehow he's found a way to... He worked with some others in order to bring her back to life, kinda. So it's generally speculated that the Theresa that's working with him is some kind of empty husk. I know there's some spoilers going on in the home server as we speak, but they haven't gotten here yet, so... I'm not 100% sure. I'll probably be spoiled on it sooner or later before the next chapter, unfortunately, but we'll see. We'll see. And once he's done, then I'll turn his skull into fireworks. Yeah, always with explosions with you, W. Finding you is the right choice. I'll take your plans as the stance of Babel survivors and inform the Liches. Thank you. But you blew up my cube. How do you want me to get back? On foot? 8 kilometers northwest, there's a Sarkaz transport camp. Go and steal their car. Need us to help? Forget it. I don't want her catching me again and finding out I'm making deals with you on the sly. So good luck to you, and may you still be alive and make good on your promise after meeting her. Hold on. Are you guys getting this familiar feeling? What are you talking about? What am I talking about? I have no idea. Damn it, Hodor should be the one saying moody crap like this, but still, what's bugging me? Not far off, there's someone sitting on the mountain peak, just on the edge of where the original illusion vanished. She's sitting there like she doesn't have a care in her heart, her long pink hair draped over her shoulders as it always was. And that look in her eyes, that sorrowful... Ah, the woman of the hour. I look away. How is this happening? How? No, that's no illusion. The moment I saw her, I knew it wasn't. That's her. Your Highness. She's gone. I want to reach out. No, forget it. Maybe I should save it for next time. Besides, she couldn't have been real anyway. She just looked really like her. An indistinguishable forgery, able to fool almost a pair of screwy, messed up eyeballs.
Our wills and spirits are ever burning against the fiercest enemies.
And there we are. Hard mode rewards. Wonderful. And I'm getting a good amount of progress on the event going on. That's always good. Oh dear, this one's marked... Ooh, this is a new mat. Now let's see here. Solidified fiberboard. And this is Foscus fiber. I believe this is the new mat that the game introduces. I would very much like to get a farming team for this done, but I'll make sure I just clear it for now. Oh. Yeah, I need to use these up anyway, so this will be an ideal time in which to use it. I should probably bring more ranged units. I have a lot of meta ones, but I'd like to go off meta for a bit. Perhaps Amiya might not be too bad, or maybe Connie Plot. Having saved the Dr. Amiya, Logos' group encounter Mirage their own. Logos finds the convalescent of Banshees and recalls his oath to his mother when he became Lord of Banshees. The group came across the squad. The frog goes thicker. The entire forest seems to swim in it. I'll confess, I'm not so familiar with Kazdel at all. By the end of the Banshees Court's part of the war 200 years ago, I was already gone from that city. It was, and the convalescent banshees that I came of age. I'd asked my mother why, being one of the other 6 heroes, she would choose to leave Kazdel, the city she once fought to the bitter end for. My mother issued no response at the time. She plucked a few reeds from the riverbank and wove a necklace for me. Their stems twisted about each other, head to tail to head. It's beautiful, and I treasured it in the most genuine sense, yet very soon, withered and faded, fell to scattered pieces. My mother told me this was the Banshee's most traditional art form. We weave song and incantation, just as we weave necklaces of grass. But now, we had the entire convalesce. They need not to be forged, not to be bothered. Year after year, they grew forever. We Banshees sang our elegies, but the elegies were no supplication of the end, rather, anticipation of new life. There was the Sarkaz need, not to hold a dead city standing, but to grow. So that clarifies his standing. He wants to create new life rather than end it. This is a highly disconcerting environment, Doctor. We were in the thick of the forest only months ago. What laid before us became nothing alike as the fog settled in. A convalesce. Is this all an illusion, Logos? The Doctor is considerably wounded, but their tone of voice is steadied once more. Ascalon silently carries the still conscious Ami out, taking the very front. She remained as ever, lips sealed, but I can sense her current silence is a more bleak one than before. I remember the time of her hurried rendezvous with me, that a flicker of expression I found hard to discern. Mirages are spawned from nothingness, their scenes mere fictions in the mind, bound to return to nihil, no matter how lifelike. But this place is not. Everything here truly did exist, once upon a time. Constructing a mirage like this requires not just intelligence information, but also time and space. It's too difficult. A bone whistle? I know this convalesce. I've always loved it. Yes, the whistle of the banshees. It doesn't necessarily entail originium arts. When we were young, we'd learn it by the riverside. We'd sit among the underbrush and wait still, until a great fin gobbled small bug, until foul beast snatched up great fin. That is when the bone whistles played. What's the scenery doing here? How do we get out? I'm trying. Originium arts hasn't this power. The power of this can only be something more ancient. But it shouldn't come about in the battlefield this moment, not on Londinium's periphery. Everything we're seeing and hearing could pass for real. Our squad is not in good condition. We need to tip up our vigilance. At the convalesce's other end seemed to stand someone, dead still, silent. Mother! Logos, what's wrong? Nothing. I shall try to tear this landscape apart directly. It carries some risk, but it's the best solution. I don't know whether to be safe in this place, Ascalon. Ascalon nods, handing Ami over the Doctor, who strains to hold her up by the arm that isn't hurt. Ascalon, Master Assassin, vanishes in the blink of the mist. I shut my eyes and prepare, conceiving of destruction, imagining reconstruction. But the figure appears again, this time on top of the convalesce's crest. She seems to be looking at me, but she seems as if a thin slice of the past, stuck frozen in some older time. I know that crest well. When I was young, I'd practice incanting there, until twilight fell, and she would show up behind me. I would never know exactly when she had come, but she would just stand there as she does now in the mirage, and once I exhausted myself, we'd go home together. I feel for my bone whistle. It's as cold as bale ice, just like the time I was first given it. Not long ago, I sounded it to the closure of Damatsi's court. The time before that, it was back at the convalesce. I'll be leaving tomorrow for Babel. Yes. You're the master of the Elegate Court now. Remember to send Her Highness Theresa my greetings. It still doesn't feel real to me, Mother. I'm too young to be master of the Royal Court. Now, what makes you say that? Anyone can see how remarkable you are. Keep this safe. Oh, your bone whistle. I've tuned it for you and given it a Royal Court quest. And of course, the kiss is full of magic, too. Alright. Simply sound it and the sarcasm will know it's the will of the Nell. Mother, what should the Lord of Banshees do? Do what you believe you must. I was once talked to you about these ravings of mine. The fettered sarcas have no escape. Just the necklaces you used to weave together for me became naught but pieces in the end. Yet what fetters us is our identity, and to what we belong. The royal court, perhaps the king of Sarkaz? But you still bestow this aspect on me. The rotting bones will never again be given new life, should annihilation reach its destination, and yet that is the rule. We sound the knell for all, for others, for ourselves, but it is a necessary burden. If we feel our time-worn inheritance has been reduced to naught but a stepping stone to new life, that is, you would ascertain for yourself. Supposing that does not change your mind, then from death comes new life. I rest the whistle on my lips. Exhale. My mind now. Well done. A tender little lord of banshees, for whom does your first fledgling nail toll? Myself, for the royal court would rot, past, future, and all. Sarcasm must write a new verse. What meaning is there in a stagnant landscape? With these words, power bursts forth. This is the vampire's witchcraft. The vampire could never construct the landscape we were just in. I fear there's some other presence helping him. What's the plan to do? I think this is one of the first times we're seeing the Doctor directly talk like that. What's the vampire planning to do with these art circles? Laboring to keep Amia supported, the Doctor lifts their head with some worry, taking the giant sanguine-covered crystals. The loop here isn't even complete, but some of the symbols are legible. Purify. It's trying to affect our blood somehow. Affect Sarkaz's blood. This is artistry, and is tied to the Sarkaz's power. The Doctor gives no response, seemingly lost in thought. Hey! Yeah, they finally ran out of patience. I detected them long ago. A handful of boorish wanderers. The derangement of our space-time was masking their figures, and now, with the mist abated, they finally show themselves. Already, the silver glint of Ascalon's hands while the bone incantation blocks their attack. A clump of dirt? It's as crude as a child would be. Wait. I told you they were real. Paprika! Those ghosts were the real deal. Ah, it is a child. Is that you? Does the Doctor know the Sarkaz girl? You're that doctor, right? I saw you once in the munitions factory back in Highbury. What are you doing here? And the knocked out Cottis and Sarkaz. You were supplying goods to the refugees in Norport. How'd you know that? Don't let it slip. I don't think that Cottis girl's looking too good, is she? And your arm is... I guess you guys are fine hanging out with these Sarkaz? I think we end up back where we came. But did we do it for real this time? I've met enough haloed monster things for one day. This is out of whack. Paprika, what are you talking to the ghosts for? One in a hood, one unconscious bunny, and a Sarkaz? No, driver, they're real. As in real? Sarkaz steps up to me, skeptically looking me up and down. I could tell with a glance that she's never taken the battlefield. Her hands are calloused in the wrong places. Just now, did the young Paprika girl call her a driver? Hello? Ah! Why don't check out, this is real. Your clothes must have cost some money, didn't they? Maybe you take a closer look. Never mind, trust Eurus' Gumpkins not to know. Quit it with the old, oh, I'm from Casda already, shopkeep, like you matter. All you do there is run a grocery store. Oh wait, I forgot, you sold your store so you could come pick fights here, ha. Shape up a little, stop getting carried away in front of people. You might have met me in Castle before, my grocery store was a popular one. The man nicknamed Shopkeep rubs his hands, eyeing me with gratification. His dagger is equipped with auxiliary augment or Genium Arts control apparatus. Never an affordable piece of kit. It's a shame. A kind of shame it's all new, dagger itself included. You must be part of the royal court, yes, I can tell by your regalia. Are you a child of soil of stone? So he hasn't the first clue about any court at all. I am the Banshee. A boy Banshee? I thought Banshees were meant to be all girls? Correct. Oh, I never heard of a boy Banshee when I was in Casimiras. Not that to be impolite, or you know, Paprika, you're friends with celebrities like him and you never told us? No, I don't know if we even know each other. Moving things. Inside the truck I noticed an uncovered spot where a few blood-soaked crystals are poking out. Where are you transporting these goods to? Are these ritual materials? I don't really know how to explain. We're just patrolling them on a road map, because some art circles might be a little damaged and we need to repair them. The Doctor makes brief eye contact with me. I have some inkling. A Sarkaz truck, a vehicle that could take us to the battlefield. With Amia's current condition, we won't be rendezvousing with the main unit on foot. I can sense Ascalon set to go in the shadows, ready to strike at the amateur squad before us, but evidently the Doctor already has a better idea. Noble Banshee, sire. We won't cross the battlefield alive at this rate. I beg you, just let us go. I can comprehend the Doctor's gist, but I'm not well versed when it comes to this. I commandeer your transport squadron. We are a special mission of the utmost nature, but we were assailed en route. For your assistance, I will memorialize you. Ah, be an honor to serve a member of the Royal Court. You're all... just being memorialized by a death-tolling Banshee doesn't seem like much of a fortune. Could you Very well, here's your payment. Thank you, coins that mechanist stuffed in my bag. Thank you, sire. Oh, but our transport duty. I'll explain to your superiors afterward. A special mission? Why bring two outbloods along? They are my captives. Captives, but you... Alright, once this is over, you guys are gonna come see General Manfred with me. For now, we gotta sort out some positions. The doctor comes to my side, voice grave. Logos, figure out a car for Ascalon 2. The Confessori attack was no simple one. They and the vampire working together, but in the process, they estranged Amia from the ship. Doctor, are you worrying? Closure and the Self-Salvation Corps don't have any suitable combat personnel between them. Calcit's wounded. Shining is powerful, but the Confessori are likely to have methods prepared specifically for her. Yeah, Shining is unquestionably really powerful. Technically speaking, her medic form is entirely her holding back. But they obviously know that she's fighting against them, so they have to be prepared accordingly. I understand. The state Ami is in may not be curable with medication. What she needs most right now, before she comes to, is not to fall into the Confessori's line of sight. Operating under the squad support will be safer. I'll get Ascalon back to Calcit. We got you there. Besides... The doctor looks at the sanguinary circles. A pit forms in their stomach. Say no more. I know far too well. These catalysts are not simple originium. Yeah, they're planning... how do I put this? Have you guys seen Full Metal Alchemist? Because
I've finished tuning. I may perform now.
Be ready at a moment's notice.
Auf eure Plätze!
The intel, every expression you make is an opening.
About as good as I could hope for, I suppose. Still, that did help a bit, I'd say. Oh boy, the drones. I forgot about those. I didn't expect those assholes.
I have no doubt. They have no position to evade.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
That covers a lot of annoying area.
Flourish or perish.
Crap.
Curbing the enemy's weak points in post haste.
Shall I close? Shut up, or else!
Let's begin. Your life is mine to protect.
There we are.
The infamy that written across your face.
Careful of music on the battlefield, especially when you face a Lysani.
Oh, crap. Crap, I failed it really badly.
Time to scram, Doctor. The zipline's ready. Give me a hand. It's only a win once you survive.
Alright, so we do in fact need someone guarding that area there. I could probably use Blaze, but she doesn't have enough raw HP to survive that. Mountain might not be a bad option, actually. No, he's meta, so we'll go with Palace. I imagine once I get to the really hard stages, I'll probably end up throwing this whole thing out. As seen by the fact I couldn't actually beat Damacy Cluster,
Be ready at a
I'm not
moment's
that
notice.
great at
I
this
wish
game.
everyone could just calm down before I raise my gun to settle things.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
I have no doubt. They have no position to evade.
Flourish or perish.
Do I still have to wait?
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms? A knife? My body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves.
Yeah, let's do this way. Damn it! I didn't even see that enemy. Or maybe the one I put there to block didn't just ignored her.
A comprehensive plan must include a contingency for failure at every step. We're prepared, so evacuate ASAP. Oh, wait. Destroy this intel before we leave.
Maybe instead of deploying Eben, I should deploy Insider. That might save me a good bit of stuff as well.
Let us reap those naive delusions and immature obsessions.
Within expectations, let's establish a code. Let's establish and leave it written across your face.
As you asked.
Hello, Melody. Welcome to stream.
They have no way to advance.
If you insist on being so stubborn, then prepare for execution. All right. I was really hoping it wouldn't turn out like this.
They have no position to evade. Do I still have to wait?
To tremble
Darn
in
it.
my music is your honor.
Curbing the enemy's weak points post-haste.
Shall I own silent support?
Let's establish I can read you like an open book.
Let's begin.
Shoot.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
There we go. Oh, there's one up there I missed. Damn it. Ah, that explains it. They went north. Oh, darn.
Terrible. If I really let myself loose, things would get a whole lot nastier. For everyone
Oh, it's a shame you
involved.
missed when I was doing the Cell Saga in Kakarot because there was plenty of war then. Alright, so I'm gonna do this. Maybe it's time I gave up and started using the meta of 6-star. The main issue. I should probably raise Lumen or something. Actually, Pure Stream might not be too bad. Pure Stream is probably one of the best 4-stars, but she's technically not meta since those are just 6 stars. Well, she's one of the best 4-star mechs anyways. Evan's probably not doing that much here, so maybe I should pick someone who's actually AoE. Actually, Minter self might... No, because it keeps getting blown up by those. In that case, I could go with the Chain Caster. Passenger is too meta, but Pudding is not.
I don't have much confidence in commanding, but I do know a thing or two about big.
I've finished tuning. I may perform now. Auf eure Plätze!
Not a step. Every look you take has value.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes. Shall I open?
Well, that's bad.
Flourish or perish.
Shall I close?
Let's begin. Your life is mine to protect.
Oh dear.
I have no doubt. They have no power to withstand.
Be ready at a moment's notice. The info
They have no power to withstand.
I don't have enough...
We can hardly call this ending good. Are you the one who just got a headache? Not me?
I'm definitely beating this before I keep going. But... apparently Pure Stream's not gonna cut it. Well, she might if I'd gotten Shining out first, so let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I think my mistake was bringing out the 4-star before the 5. Because Shining should be pretty good at protecting her from the, drones
Firearm
there.
check.
curbing the enemy's weak points post haste.
My sword's gonna cleave your bodies and values alike.
Every look you take has value.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Tis but a flash in the drift of time.
Shall I open? Shall I open? Shall I close? Silence!
Have to activate his skill before that procs. So now he should survive this.
Let's begin. Alchemy. Ever etched.
There we go. Yeah, he's alive.
Let's just get this done with.
Alright, both these tanks should be theoretically capable of surviving.
Chill, everyone. I'm just here for a few questions. All right. Mission bullets may be back. I'll give you some time to cry out in pain while I adjust my weapon.
Oh crap, one got past.
We can hardly call this ending good. Are you the one who just got a headache? Not me?
Insider's not cutting it. Actually, it might need arts damage in general. Alright, who do I have that's caster that's... Blaze would... Yeah, Blaze and If would probably have absolutely no trouble here. So if I decide to give up and just win, that's probably not a bad option. Tommy is probably not a bad option for a caster. Connie has some AoE he could help out with, I think. Alright, we'll give this another go.
Remember, everyone, not one fewer when we come back.
The intel. I can read you like an open book.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Flourish or perish?
Shall I listen or leave?
There we are. Should help a little.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the info I sent back. The intel. Every expression you make is an opening.
I have no doubt. They have no way to advance.
Oops. That's bad.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms? Oh, my body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Oh wow. This is only getting it worse, isn't it? And the cannon's not coming soon enough to drop that. Even AO wouldn't be enough to do that. Her skill 3 only has a 5 target limit, and that is way more than 5 people. There's one medic who could probably handle this.
I understand the
Thing
objective.
is, she's meta, but I guess if I'm not winning anyways, it doesn't matter. Pudding's not gonna work, I need someone cheaper. Well, actually, even AoEs like Leonhardt are still too expensive. W's not gonna be enough AoE damage either. I did... Let's see here. Sure, we'll bring Leonhardt, I guess.
I've finished tuning. I may perform now.
I am at your command.
Let's establish a code.
no doubt. They have no
I've heard La
power.
Pluma's really good in this chapter, but apparently the others don't work for some reason.
They have no power to withstand.
Please, trust in me.
Are you kidding me? What a waste.
Be ready at a moment.
They have no position to evade.
It's no good. I don't have the DP to summon anyone anymore. Alright, so apparently Reed Alter is going to do absolutely nothing. Wonderful. I'm also pretty sure those things do arts damage, so I can only ever,
War.
So
Ever
Nightingale would have to be the
inevitable.
only option.
Curbing the enemy's weak point.
It is your tyrannies that fuel this flame.
The intel work began. Let us step. I can read you like an open book.
Let's do it this way.
Finish or perish. Let's begin. Agony, ever etched on our hearts.
Your lives are mine to protect.
That's not good. I mean, it's nice the enemies died, but they're too far away here, and those invisible guys are really not helping matters. Could bring Totter to take care of them since he can bypass invisibility, but that's only gonna do so much. Dumb cannoneer guy. Oh dear.
As you asked,
Yeah, that's no good.
they have no power to withstand.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played.
Curbing the enemy's weak points post haste. Let us step. Every look you take has value.
Shall I close?
Get out right now!
Your lives are mine to protect.
We can hardly call this ending good.
Alright, so no, it's the cannoneers that are the problem, not those invisible guys, although the invisible guys are not helping. Good news, I at least have one clear answer to that.
Orders ASAP, please.
Well, no, I don't have anywhere I can put Stainless. He's just gonna get attacked no matter what. And obviously, Reed the Flame Shadow is absolutely not going to help anything here. I can't get her skill charge in time. Especially not helping us all those enemies back there. I guess I need to move the person over, but then it's gonna be that much harder to heal them. I'll give this one go, just because if I can, hopefully if I can deal with those if Totter can deal with those flying guys, should be fine.
What blocks the way, I will burn through.
Within expectations. That's a step. I can read you like an open book.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Damn it. Forgot about that guy.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Damn it, that stupid cannoneer.
We should go. Before the next wave has us drowned.
I know I could just bring Yadawalter and delete that guy, but that's also a bit too easy. I should also put Mountain a good bit further back. I could bring Nightingale, and I imagine that's the intent, but the thing is she's the only anti-arts unit, so she's of course extremely meta, and of course I've already broken, but I guess I've already broken that twice here. Although I guess I could try something. Alright. This might be a little cheaper too, so we'll see if that helps.
War, ever inevitable.
Be ready at a moment.
May the war grant us the redemption we seek. Or will it?
Let's stab every expression you make is an opening.
Yeah, if I put it back, this back here, I should have a bit of an easier time.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Oops. Ah, damn it, I forgot to switch. How am I so stupid as to forget to set Mountain to his AoE mode? That's just dumb.
We're prepared, so evacuate ASAP. Oh, wait. Destroy this intel before we leave.
Remember, everyone, not one fewer when we come back.
My sword's gonna cleave your bodies and values alike.
Every look you take has value.
I go into Centurion mode. No, it needs to be over here.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Damn it, how is that damage over time so powerful?
Victory.
I have her at full power and all, and I didn't even...
Are insignificant.
And remember, it wouldn't have mattered if I had her masteried, because that would have just increased her healing strength, which doesn't matter because I couldn't get there in time.
Do you need me to tell you all? You seem like a pack of children at a holiday camp. The intel work began long beforehand. Every expression you make is an opening.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Oh yeah, ranged operators technically have one block.
Tis but a flash in the drift of time.
Alright, he's got his damage boost from the passive.
Great luck. It won't be any use.
Yeah, Totter being able to take out the invisible enemies is going to do so much to help me deal with this problem.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the info I sent back.
There we are. Oh, damn it, I don't have enough DP! Ah, damn it! Well, there's a few things I can do to try and make that work. I could swap Puzzle to his skill 1, because that's technically better than one for
Doctor,
gaining DP.
My public activity with Rhodes Island is better kept on the minimal end. Do you need me to tell you all? You seem like a pack of children at a holiday camp.
Yeah, his skill 1's the
Every
DP.
look you take has value.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Tis but a flash in the drift of time. Yes, grief ever echoes in our souls.
It won't be any use.
I have no doubt.
Curbing the enemy's weak point.
They have no way to advance.
Every expression you make is an opening.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves.
Don't leave it written across your face.
Let's just get this done with.
They have no position to evade.
Faster tempo as doleful as a clarinet.
Oh, my body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
They have no way to advance.
Fog it in.
Wow, Totter has single-handedly salvaged this thing.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Stronger dynamics.
Curbing the enemy's weak points.
Not ideal.
Shall I open? Shut up, or else!
I can read you like an open book. The intel work began long beforehand.
At least those Cannoneer guys don't seem too nasty. Well, not on their own, I mean. They're not too durable, I mean, so even a Saga can tear them apart.
Great luck. Gotta stop moving.
Alright, just take some attention there, buddy.
Flourish or perish.
Shall I get out right now?
Damn it! I was so close. Ah. Oh, but we now know that Totter was the key.
Are insignificant moments in an endless cycle.
Because of how good Highmore was, I actually do have La Pluma. She's not as built, but she should be fine, I think, since apparently the key here is to keep everything away from everything else. Someone for sniping, I guess. Have to be careful. Might not be half bad.
I won't let you down.
I mean, it might not be half bad, actually.
War. Ever inevitable.
Every look you take.
I am at your command.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Flourish or perish.
Great luck. I see you.
Yes, I'm listening.
As you ask.
Damn it! My timing is completely off.
A comprehensive plan must include a contingency for failure at every
I
step.
know I can do it with this team, I just
Prepare.
need to
So
focus.
evacuate ASAP. Oh, wait. Destroy this intel before we leave.
Yeah, puzzle with his S1's pretty good for DP generation, as well as just general, he can use it. If he attacks a full health enemy with it, he basically can use his skill immediately, which is
A
always
smith's
nice.
gotta be ready to pay the debts accrued by the weapons she
Yeah, see, he
forges.
charges it as long as he hits the
I
full
hear
HP
the sound of
target.
a flooding tide.
Every look you take has value. Every expression you make is an opening. I can read read you like an open book. Let's establish a code.
I see Foul taking off.
Finish or perish? Let's begin. Fear not.
Roger.
Great luck. Stop moving.
Here. Are you afraid of me? Here. I have no
Oh, damn it! I clicked outside the window.
I have no power to withstand.
Building the enemy's weak points post haste.
Yeah, this is not gonna last. This is not sustainable. It's facing the wrong direction. Yeah, no good. I accidentally clicked outside the window. Oh, and so I ended up
Terrible.
facing
If I
the
really
completely the
let
wrong
myself
direction.
loose,
She can't do anything
things
like
would get
that.
a whole lot nastier for everyone involved.
Alright, I still know for a fact I can do this. I just need to focus and not do silly, dumb things like that.
War, ever inevitable.
Every look you take has
May the war grant us the redemption we seek. Or will it?
AoE physical damage, born... yeah.
I see Foul taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Finish or perish? Yes, grief ever echoes in our souls.
Be ready at a moment's notice for the every expression makes an opening.
Great luck. Stop moving.
Hi, more time.
They have no power to withstand.
Be ready at a moment's notice.
They have no path to escape.
The intel work began long beforehand.
Careful of music on the battlefield.
They have no way to advance.
Faster
Oh, that's no good at all, is it?
Roger. They have no position to evade.
How did I miss someone? Damn it.
Terrible. If I really let myself loose, things would get a whole lot nastier for everyone involved.
I know I'm close. It's just a matter of blocking Eben is unfortunately not being of much help at all, but I'm not sure who else would even be of good help. I don't have the AoE for that. Actually, maybe Leonhard is the one I need to choose there. Well, Ifrit would absolutely nuke those guys down to pieces. Well, Passenger would even do it even harder, but I don't want to. I'm already using one meta unit. I bet I'm gonna look this up afterwards, and it turns out this is like done with
Prolonged
2-3
casting
stars,
makes my
and
headaches
it's
down,
actually the easiest
and I
mission
even hallucinate
of the
when I'm
entire
not looking.
chapter.
Let's make
Because
it a
that's how it
blitzkrieg,
always
shall
works,
we?
I swear.
Every look you take has value. Don't leave it written across your face. The intel work began long beforehand.
I see clouds rising.
Flourish or perish. Let's begin. Let's begin. Your life is mine to protect.
Foggy today. I see you.
As you ask.
Well, it's one or the other, I guess.
They have no power
Well,
to withstand.
Well, Highmore's a bit easier because she cures herself of elemental status damage here. Put Eben all the way over here and see if that helps. True AoE is pretty powerful in a situation like this, that's for sure.
They have no way to advance.
Curbing the enemy's weak points post haste.
Stronger dynamic. As startling as a tritone.
They have no way to advance.
Faster tempo.
They have no way to advance.
La Pluma time.
Faster tempo.
Great luck. Gotta stop moving.
There we are. This is not good.
Be ready at a moment's notice for the info I send back. Every expression you make is an opening. Let's establish a code.
I have no doubt.
Highmore should be able to handle
They
these
have
guys
no
herself, I
position
think.
to evade. They have no way to advance. Do I still have to wait?
It worked! It worked! And that's a stable auto, kind of. So now I can farm that material easily. Phew. Siege and Delphine lead the abandoned Winter troops and refugees across the battlefield. Shira will get the pace to catch up, but Siege refuses. She'll be Asher finds him. You know what the cruelest thing in the world is? Neither total darkness or endless torment, nor a dark alley filled with murderers. It's when a gentle hand pulls you out of a nightmare just as you thought it was over, and all pain would come to an end, only for you to realize salvation was a cruel joke. A brief respite before falling further and further into darkness. Yeah, I need to grab a drink of my water. Hold on. Come to think of it, maybe I could have even swapped, yeah, I could have swapped actually could have swapped Mountain for, Hummus. I'll have to think about that. I do actually have Hummus raised. No masteries, but he is E2 and all that. So. Even greater suffering is gazing upon you, within a stone's throw, and you're powerless for such mockery. Delphine, do you want to join us? The Duke of Windermere's coffin's being transported to the approaching battleships. Some of the refugees have taken upon themselves to organize a funeral procession in their gratitude. She keeps looking at the place where they might have fallen, even though the traces of blood are all long gone. It may not be a good idea to invite her now. I'm already starting to regret it. Can you thank them for me, Veen? I want to stay here a little longer. What did they say to you? Nothing. I just want to stay here and cool my head. The sword guards boarded the late arriving escort fleet. Most of them kept silent when the nobles panicked. A moment's weakness when I tried to help that soldier. The vampire reached out his hand. Whether it was an obvious trap or not, Mother was wounded because of it. Broken formation, fallen soldiers. Sword guards do not defend their duke. Their goal is to fulfill the mission. They faced a powerful beyond recognition. Delphine. The staff officers think there's too much personal sentiment in this reckless operation. They never supported it. They must believe I'm the reason Mother died. A hero should not die for the weak, and they're right. I gaze at the late arriving battleships, their standards flying high. For some reason I'm reminded of Allerdale. Well, we did see the last Steam Night, but we don't know if it's the original pilot or if it's Allerdale within piloting it. While it did seem like she sacrificed herself to allow them to leave, the fact it showed up to help Horn's crew is something, I think. But I guess we won't know for now. I've cleaned your wounds best I can, Lady Delphine. That's all I can do with the limited amount of medicine available. Thank you, Doctor. I must go. The General Staff to order the troops to report back. I've left behind some that belong to you. Things that belong to you. These were the Duke's gifts, and you have her sword. This may sound impudent, but I hope you'll come back to the ironclad Galve with us. Whatever the senior's officers say, nothing could change the fact that you are the heir to the title of Duke Windermere. I'll think about it. Right now I need some peace and quiet. How are things? It took a bunch of people, but many more remain. So that rough mum, really? Yes. Ironic, isn't it? The Duke trained her officers well. Even now, the general staff of Windermere continue to plot the next course of action according to the plan. What about Delphine? It seems the snobbish officers are planning to abandon her. I don't know, I'm worried they might even... Well, they might even do to Delphine as the heir. She's not ready. Duke Windermere is a strong leader. Her sword guards, general staff, they'll serve the greater good Victoria alone. But she herself made an admirable but reckless decision for the sake of her daughter. That decision saved a bunch of lives, though, didn't it? I'm not criticizing her, I respect her, but it means Delphine's being abandoned. Her mother, Duke Windermere, built on her own. Oh, what do we do now? They took some of the refugees. Can we really trust them? Do we follow the tales of the nobles in the coming battle? They didn't take everyone? That's not right. If the ship could take everyone, there's no reason so many battleships couldn't. What's that movement? I thought the ship's engines were out. The window. Dust rises from the escort fleet that has only just rendezvoused with us. They're sailing away. Delphine. She stands on the deck where their mother left this world, holding her mother's sword in her arms, as she did before I went below. The wind sweeps her hair. Solitude makes her look smaller than she even is. Makes her look even smaller than she is. What's going on? I grab her shoulder. Only then does she come out of the stupor. I see no anger, fear, or sorrow that I expected. She's wearing barely any emotion at all. Only calm, flat disappointment, and a quiet so deep it's painful to see. They're gone. Her voice trembles a little, but still too calm. There are civilians below waiting to see the Duke Windermere's coffin off. Those bastards didn't mind running innocent people over? What's going on? That wasn't part of the orders. Maybe there was a miscommunication. We still have a good IFVs. We need to head back to the get confirmation. Ah, I've never gazed upon the tail of a battleship so intently. How ridiculous. Marks the rain of blood left on our clothes, a lingering reminder of the cruel attack. Several hours have passed since we left Duke of Windermere's flagship. Bad news keeps coming. We did a head count as we left. The Doctor, Ami, and Ascalon were not there. We only had time to do a brief search, which came up empty. All I can do is keep faith in their strength. For some reason, I think back to Ami's lean shoulders. Sorrow and helplessness are luxuries that this group can no longer afford. Stop dawdling. Can't go further. I'll whip you if I have to. Get up. Stay with the armor if you want to live. I need to catch my breath so I have a condition. No, darling, this isn't about your life. Just... Hands off, Norport hoodlum. I'm just carrying out my orders. They're not trained soldiers. They've been out of forced march for 5 straight hours. They don't have strength left. And they might as well lie down and die. We're trying to save their lives. Everything can be salvaged if we can make it back. They need to stop and rest. It's not just for them. It's for you too, Ensign. I know your condition. Not many soldiers are left behind, but I know almost all of you are infected. Shut up. I'll let that slide this once. Your Duke of Windermere's man. Do not let your actions defile our memory. Infection, a curse they fear more than any other. Catch up with that ship that abandoned them. Hide the growing black crystals under the bandage. Fool yourself. I'm sorry, it's just I don't say a blasted word. I'm fine. I said to keep a low profile on the Barons to avoid drawing Sarka's attention. It's alright. It's getting dark. The civilians need to keep up with you. They're trying to keep up with you. Need to rest, Lieutenant. No, we need to march forward as planned. We can reach Hill 31 by midnight at our current pace. We can reestablish communication only once we're in touch with the pneumatic fortress are we truly safe. If we wait until morning, I doubt this group will be ready to face Sarkaz. You're the ranking officer and de facto commander, and ship's doctor. You know as well as I do that we're trying to catch a fast battleship on our own feet and too few tanks. I respect your decision, but we don't even know why those battleships left. If they didn't respect your hails, what makes you think the fortress will open its gate to us? I checked on the group. We have less than 3 companies of combat-effective soldiers, nearly 1,000 refugees following in tow. By the time that march you had in mind is done, there'll be less than 20% left. Vina, right, listen. He avoids my gaze. I mean 20% of your soldiers, and none of the refugees. Sir. I need not hear what they're saying. I saw what happened. Someone bled his last in a long, silent wall of people. He left behind a trail of blood mixed with the mud. The lieutenant's silence hardly lasts 2 breaths. Slow down. We'll keep going. Yet. My fist leaves a mark on his face. I heard a crisp sound. I think I dislocated his jaw. Ah. Snaps it back in he quickly puts his jaw back in place. He must have dealt with that sort of thing a lot. Your soldier's a soldier, hooligan. I could have you executed according to Victorian service law. Now stand up. You can try to execute me, or we can keep going. The fist is a solution that can only be used once in a while. Dagda, Morgan, Indra stand in front of the soldiers on edge. The civilians surround us silently. It reminds me how we used to fight turf wars on the streets. Stand down, do not open fire. They called us siege, didn't they? They were telling stories how you're actually highborn, with that accent. I'm a hooligan, I'm a leader of the Glasgow gang. Fine, I don't care. Listen, I'm a soldier who's pledged his loyalty to the Duke of Windermere. My duty is to fulfill the mission handed down by my commander. And I'm waiting for you to wipe the blood from your mouth. Get up, your elbow is about to dislocate. Some sacrifices are accepted to protect the many. And just who are the many? Have you taken a good look about who you're leading? Yeah, he's leading the many. Frightened soldiers, silent civilians, the infected, the wounded, people standing around us. I've had enough. I want to tell them, those who escaped the hell in Norport, I'm still looking out for them. There's still someone who cares about them. Might makes right, law of the streets, Lieutenant. I'm telling you now, they're gonna make camp here and they're gonna rest. We'll reconsider our course of action. If we're cut off from the main force, everyone's going to die when we run to the Sarkaz, every last one. Enough, don't insult Duke Windermere anymore or Lieutenant Shearer. If you still think you're part of the army, how could you? Delphine clutches the hilt of her sword. It surprises me even more than it surprises. He's surprised and angry. I'm slightly reminded he provided medical aid to everyone on the ship before the ironclad abandoned us. Delphine, your clothes and the sword? A little big for me, aren't they? But I need you all to hear me out. Yeah, she has no choice but take up the mantle of Windermere with her mother gone. Is Lieutenant leaving? Yes, they formed a small squad and picked the tank in the best condition. He can leave at any time. That squad will travel quick. They can reach the marked location before dawn. You put these clothes on? Maybe what they represent still means something to someone. I've spoken to my troops, Lady Delphine. They'll follow your orders till I return. Last time, my lady, you're heir to Windermere. No matter what happens, you should come with us. Sorry, but I'm afraid I must stay. This was my promise to my people. They need to know that Victoria has not abandoned them. They need to hope to keep going. We can only trust each other now. We must trust each other. If the departure of escorts is just a misunderstanding or mutiny by few, then the ironclad will welcome us. If the departure of the escorts was just a misunderstanding or a mutiny by few, they'll welcome us, whether I'm there or not. And if not... Lieutenant's eyes twitch as Delphine's words are certainly subversive. Yeah, fact of the matter is, if they just don't care, or as now that the Duke of Windermere is dead, then there's nothing they can do. My presence will only make things worse. At least you'll live. My lady, it's not my own hide I'm concerned about. They let me go in the first time, perhaps out of respect to my mother, perhaps out of a sense of pity, but they won't give me a second chance. Trust my comrades and the officers' loyalty to the Duke. Please take this locating beacon. I promise I'll bring back good news. As for you... The man gazes up calmly at me. I clench my fist, preparing for a sucker punch. You got some hard knuckles. Take care of Lady Delphine. Cheers, Lieutenant. Siege, we checked up on the refugees from Norport. Perhaps the Duke of Windermere had given orders behind our backs. Things were chaotic when we boarded the ship. We couldn't find the ones who executed the order. Regardless, their screening was impeccable. There's no sign of infection among the refugees, but now... I look in the direction where the lieutenant departed, of course. Many soldiers fought him when the Sarkaz witchcraft was showing acute infection symptoms. Those soldiers got Oriapathy fighting the Sarkaz. How could their comrades just abandon them like that? It's an old military tradition, not strictly Victorian either. It's the same in Casimir as Ursa's Gaul. The infectee are not allowed in camps. More contentious commanders might put infected in their own unit and send them on those dangerous missions. Conscientious. But for the military, there's far too much uncertainty in the infected and their uncontrolled arts. Some must have resisted. No one ever succeeded. Looking back in history, the infected make up a relatively small portion of the armies in times of war, acceptable losses in exchange for stability in the front lines. It's even the textbooks of Royal Military Academy. The honorable martyrs who died for the glorious foundation. Now, no need to get violent, ladies. I'm here to talk. First, let me make it clear the death of Her Grace, Duke Windermere, has nothing to do with the part of Victoria I serve. In fact, I bring my sincerest condolences, Lady Delphine. My own position aside, I believe she glowed brighter than any hero in the Battle of Four Empires. But now, who will fill the gap her death leaves behind? Who can step up and take her place, the grand strategic leader? Duke Wellington's an accomplished soldier, but we all know he has no intention of giving his all. Duke Castor has her hands full coordinating. Frankly, the death of Duke Windermere is a big problem. You sure got the news quickly, didn't you? Well, it's my business to know. You'd be familiar with our line of work. What are you here for? I suggest you think carefully about the next words coming out of your mouth. Flowers for the hero, Lady Windermere. A gift of rations and ammunition. In exchange for? You know full well, your highness. Scrap of metal known as the Sigh of Kings. To be honest, I have no use for the sword personally. You want to trade? Sure. My conditions are simple. Take that damnable stone to the sword of yours and bring it to the front lines where the storm burns the fiercest and the fire falls hardest. You can get lost if your plan is to keep the sword safely in the rear, to prop up a tent for king and nobles to drink beneath. If we really will bring this thing to the lines, provide shelter for Victoria's warriors, citizens, and poor souls lost their homes. If it's a shelter for all, whether the son, the blacksmith, or the daughters of a teacher, where they take pay in the name of Victoria, carry weapons of their own making, then by all means you can have this piece of metal. Come to me with the stone or the sword, Trilby Asher, and I promise they'll never fall behind you in the front lines, not a single step. Oh my, this is beyond my discretion. I'm just an envoy. Her Grace, the Duke of Castor, has the final decision. Go to your master. Come back to me once you have an answer from my dear aunt. From my dear aunt. I'll do my best, Your Royal Highness Alexandrina. But this is just a promise on a personal level. What follows now is off the record. Personal opinions, not of Trilviasha, but Sir Suffolk Bellingham. A new voice is not necessarily a bad thing. You've taken infected soldiers, and many more civilians, but the point stands. That's all fine, but it's not enough. You need an army, your own army. An army with a place for them. I'm surprised. Perhaps it's a Castor trick. He's encouraging me to form my own version of reunion. Looks like you really did turn off your sound recorder. Can't do it for too long. Colleagues start getting suspicious, you know. My grandmother was executed. Yeah, that looks like good. Looks like the Nightbot did its job. Took out the other bot. My grandmother was executed after getting infected in the War of the Four Nations. When she left, she told me, hey, what a laugh, there was less than 3% a chance of getting over within battle. It was only when I inherited the title and looked at the battle records I learned. 3% figure has been in use for centuries. It's never changed, even though we're using more and more Originium machines, more complex Originium in arts and modern warfare. Perhaps you haven't noticed because all you can see is a small corner of the battlefield. Certainly the Dukes haven't noticed because they have their sights set way too far away, but I have. The infected problem in the Victorian army is serious on unprecedented scale. Everyone exercises restraint and conflict between civilized nations. No one wants their camp to be filled with ticking living time bombs or sees a dirty city covered in originium dust. But now, our enemy's the Sarkaz. If you really mean to do this siege, then it has the potential to be a good thing for your reputation, for my career, perhaps even our country. Thanks for the concern. My friends and I know the infected better than you do. We'll be fine. Very well. Oh, by the way, I have some scrap equipment here nobody wants or cares about. Leftovers, you know. You can have it. It's all trash, after all. Farewell, then. How much do you believe him? I rather believe that even someone like him could not stay out of this conflict. What did he leave behind? Recording coordinates? Sound. Bzzzt. Need support. Surrounded. Templess platoon. Requesting aid. Interesting.
The best kills are one shot. Less pain for them.
Excellent. Unlock synthesis recipe for the... Ooh, that's good. Do I want to keep going or do I want to, oh my. Remake mirror. In the name of example.
We can save each other the trouble of introducing ourselves, and I'll treat this contract as a token of you approving how we cooperate. Can I get back to work now, Doctor?
Delphine. Despite being a plot-relevant character, she is unfortunately not particularly good. I might give it a try, but I really wish her, basically her big notable thing that's for her chapter-exclusive skill... Well, as per usual, the chapter-exclusive skill is the one that would have made them great if it was normal. It basically makes her do the Ebonholes thing where she holds a charge that she will only use against Sarkaz enemies. And she has the Y module that increases attack speed if she has a charge already. So in a map with, if there was theoretically a map with no Sarkaz enemies, she'd effectively have a permanent 30% attack speed boost. But it's limited to here, unfortunately, so it's not particularly great. For better or for worse, there really is no... if you want to nuke something, there really is no one better than Ebonholes as far as the Mystic Casters go. Although I guess, to be fair, Iris and Indigo have their bind and sleep utility as well, not respectively. Let's go one more chapter before I was really tired before, but I think I'm fine now. We'll swap Mountain back to Palace. Theoretically, an S2 Surtur would be fine too, but... We'll bring Mint, since I do like my Phalanx casters. Siege and Delphine's team rescue our misery. Siege manages to destroy, also successfully defended. I was the first to see the scout. While I scouted the silent government building. Things next to the plaza on the other bank, his dead body drifting in the water, still grabbing reeds by the bank. It seems he never gave up trying to survive. Not far from him, his journal lay quietly in the waterproof pouch, the last entry written before his departure. I volunteered for this mission to deliver the SOS. I won't come back whether succeed or fail. No one will survive. His journal indicates the defenders of Chetley are in dire straits. See those crossing on the other side? The ferries have been sunk. Horn's squad has been completely cut off from the outside. 2 days ago, the soldier tried crossing the river under the cover of darkness, but was shot by Sarkaz patrolling the opposite bank. There is no word from the troops that were garrisoned the city hall. Soldier's journey made me uneasy. 23 soldiers, 2 squads. On the city hall, silent darkness, the rest of the buildings around the plaza have been reduced to smoldering ruins by the artillery fire. At least the tragedy hammers one thing: no one can truly escape death on the battlefield. The Camu River runs east to the north side of Plaza, crossing the east. Under Sarkaz control, the lights coming from the south should be the Sarkaz camp. They've holed up in the city for more than 2 weeks. If the journal's accurate, the last bridge that connects the city to the residential district on the other side was attacked no less than 2 days ago. It's possible they're cut off for all supplies. Out of ammo, out of food. Oh, what do we do? If we have time to worry about that here, might as well just cross the river and see for ourselves. We can't just cross without a plan, Hannah. If we're discovered... Actually, Hannah's words made me think. If we're unable to reach Horn Squad by radio, restoring communications is our first priority. Me, Hannah, Morgan, Dogda swim across, see what the situation's like in the city hall. That's too dangerous, Vina. You realize we're the best people for the job. We're the only people for this job. We're Rhodes Island operators. A small squad, Spec Ops is our game. And we're Norport gangsters who know how to get to a place and get back out again unnoticed. We have a few volunteer soldiers, civilians want to offer their support for the legendary Tempest platoon, but there's only so many people we can bring. We need people to stay behind for defense, with Lieutenant Shearer gone. I hardly hear what Vina's saying. This is a bad joke by the Trilbyasher, or is this how the battlefield is? The call for help, deciding whether to answer, or sacrifices made to help, laws of the battlefield. I know what you're thinking, Delphine. There are personal sentiments involved, but we can't ignore the SOS. They're good soldiers, and they'll be of help with us if they're still alive. Alright, I trust your judgment. Stay behind with these men, Delphine. We need to help keep watch. If we lose our signal, take them and get out of here. Alright, come back alive. Okay, we're on the bank. Keep an eye out for any patrols. 2 Sarkas standing on guard at the crossing. One at Hannah's 3 o'clock, another in the building. Roger. Draw the attention of the first. Hannah and I go in together. 3, 2, 1, go. The light in the window goes out. All is well? Wait, a foul beast. A black foul beast flies out of the hut at the crossing, flies a circle above, then heads towards Sarkaz camp. Vina! An agile shadow leaps across the hut and grabs the foul beast. Yeah, Got it! Yeah, I was thinking that must be a carrier pigeon of some kind. It's trying to deliver a message. A military foul beast. She spooked at Hannah. Sorry, didn't notice. No sign of Sarkaz. The city hall. Lots of bodies in the plaza, but too dark to identify them. Ready to go in. You see the bridge connects to the residential district, but the barricades on the other side of the bridge are blocking the view. By the way, I actually did raise Morgan to E2 and everything. I must say, it is straight up impressive how absolutely shit she is. And believe me, I use a lot of operators considered to be bad. And it is no contest. Morgan is straight up the worst of all of them. Given the year in which she came out, meaning years after, like, ones like Frostleaf were their bad largely because HG didn't know how their own game works. So Morgan almost... It's all... yeah, I can't fathom how they were able to make Morgan as bad as she is. She can't kill anything. She can't take any hits even with her 70% shelter. She barely has any HP, so it's difficult for her talent where she gets more damage the lower HP is to function. I don't even know how to... yeah. I imagine you get the point now, but yeah. A shame. See the bridge that connects well to the barricades on the other side blocking the view. Go to the top of the city hall, try to get a bit of vantage. Roger. The entrance has been boarded up. Over here, a gap has been blown in the west wall, wide enough for us to get in. Good, do you see a Horn Squad? Not yet, stop, something's moving. Radio silence, there's a crossbowman in the building watching. Allegiance unknown, watch my sign. Sarkaz profanity. What's down this frequency? Signal goes silent. I did not hear anything for the next 10 minutes. How many men in the building? What's the situation? Was Venus' group discovered? I'm completely in the dark. Crouch in the dirt on the banks. I feel my heart beat harder with every throb. The heartbeats merge in the river, resonating with the flow, growing faster and stronger. I see you. They've been discovered? Someone's waving in the building. Vina? Siege here. On, Temple's platoon, do you hear me? We got your SOS, we confirmed your location. Bridge head of the residential district on the other side. We're coming to help. Bzz, bzz. I heard cheers coming from the radio. They did it. Sorry about that. The men are excited for our first bit of support. We should be back to able to talk normally now. Horn, we can help your squad evacuate. Thanks, but we're not evacuating. There's something in this town the Sarkas want, and they won't abandon their assault. The nearest Victorian battalion received our SOS will arrive within the week. We must guard the entrance till then, ensure the safety of survivors of Chetley. Radio noise. We voted on this. The decision is unanimous, including Misery. Much obliged. Dead silence. She sounded like she was talking about the weather. A vote on the battlefield, there's only two choices to get for, life or death. Venus seemed lost in thought. What decision should I make? What decision would Mother make? Then, if you choose to gamble, I have an even bolder plan. You care to hear it? I don't support Vina because she's heir to the throne. She's brave, competitive, hates losing. Some would call her reckless. But I could count on her to get us here, to find a way out of hell. I want to believe in her. I have to believe to get out of this hell. I can't even bring myself to think what happened that day. Focus, Delphine, focus. Overwatch mission has ended. Time to meet up with them. Actually, come to think of it, I think basically all the freebies from the Victoria arc have been kind of disappointing. The only one I'd say is unironically worth considering is Heidi, and well, I know before someone says, well, what about Skalter, Heidi is used to manipulate block count. And also, not everyone has a limited 6-star in a game where limited units only ever get one banner. And don't say Spark. Remember, a free-to-play player is only going to get one at best per one. And as a reminder, we know that we're getting a set of 3 limited banners in a row, so, yeah, good luck sparking Skalter when we have so many things like Shuela, and, even Arturia coming up, if we're honest, so yeah. There are some perks to the fact the one I'm looking forward to most is a main pool, at least. I'm looking forward to Ray, for the record. Hunter seemed pretty neat, but cold shot's not doing it for me. Yeah, only the bunny's going to work. Almost dawn. I'll go to the preparations. The windows and doors being reinforced. Misery's been cleaning up enemy sentries. I'll continue to keep watching the outskirts. I'll get in touch if there's any change at the camp. Alright, thank you, Misery. We're supposed to meet up at Brent when we split at Londinium. We're here at Chetley. Misery noticed something unusual when we passed by. We got here in time to see the massacre, but we couldn't just walk away. Are you sure you want me to be in charge? You're a professional soldier, Horn. Delphine had to lead military training. I know what you guys did at the Mausoleum Kings. You brought back the sword for us. Just a piece of metal. Piece of metal? That's Victoria's realm blade. Stop thinking about the Side Kings. This might disappoint you, but it won't bring any miracles. We're the only ones we can count on, and it's enough. You're right. You've proven as much. We don't have the personnel, condition, or resources to implement complex tactics. What we need for the coming fight is courage, determination. Face disaster. The human spirit's much more important than any legend or artifact. Prove it, Siege. Alright. It could just be an overrated piece of metal after all. But at the same time, why does Castor want it so badly if it theoretically can't actually work? I mean, Trollbeasher even said he knew we can't use it, so... and is absolutely desperate to get it over. Most of us are not professional soldiers. We'll just tell them to take the high ground and shoot enemy approaches. The few of us here will form a response team, take on any sarcasm, get past. One squad will continue to defend the bridgehead position, create a fire zone. They'll continue to fend off the sarcasm trying to get across as per the original plan. This building's the first line of defense. We'll be in the thick of things. All we need to do is defend one building. How hard could it be? Defense of the Camus River. Hey, that was what I was gonna say. It would make a great movie. Quiet, Hannah. Patrol, we're pushing at 1 o'clock, 100 meters out. At the ready. Shall we fire, Siege? Venus' hands are trembling. Excitement, fear, or both? I don't know. My hands are cold, almost frozen. 7 days. Will the Duke's troops truly come? What if we fail? What if more sarcasm notice? I kept going with possibilities. Now, open fire. Sirens start blaring at the sarcasm camp as the patrol goes down. There's no time to think. The defense has begun. At least this time we're ready for them. My brothers will tear you apart, standing on my corpse. I prefer to be one doing the tearing, if that's alright with you. Sarcasm. Once again, I think back to what happened that day. No, I can't. It's almost 90 seconds, Delphine. Ready to pull back. Right, Roger, Bentley's down. Fill the gap on the minefield. Mines are too precious, just leave out there. You have fire support from the 3rd floor. The underground passage connects the city's whole basement has been cleared. Now the wounded have some space. Took a nick, Morgan, are you okay? Not good enough to hold a knife, but I can coordinate things in the back. What about your side, Hannah? Asking an expert of destruction, I could smash a hole in ceilings without equipment, and we have wooden ladders set up so we can move quickly between floors. Good, we can't have another situation like yesterday when we couldn't get to Dogda in time. I filled the gap in the minefield. Bentley's still breathing, and I'm taking him to the basement for treatment. Is Dogda awake? Awake, but can't be moved yet. She's been trying too hard. I'll do my best to care for her. Is there any news in the Sarkaz camp? They may be planning something else after the assault on the building failed. Can you hear any more mines to explain on the battlefield? I'm afraid not. Our Sarkaz friend's mercenary band is so easy to find. We'll have to count on my static. Witchcraft signal. Disrupt. Something disrupting the signal. It's... Dale, run. I hear a long howl in the distance. A strong sense of unease. The air has become filled with malice. Oh my. Delphine. You're finally up. My head hurts. He didn't pull out in time when rescuing the wounded yesterday and got caught in the blast by them test firing the war altar. Yesterday, war altar was Ben. Ha! Looks like we both missed a lot. My back still hurts and Morgan sucks at stitching. Oh, and Ben's alive. Who brought me back? Hannah. She saw that you were still outside and jumped out of the 3rd floor and dragged you back in. She just woke up herself. She's gone off to support Vina. These are the wounded. I walk through the underground passage, now filled with wounded personnel, dozens of eyes towards me. Many still have dried blood upon them. It's pretty bad. We need to hurry. So they have a new weapon. The mines are pulling their weight. 2 of the war altars have had their undercarriages disabled, and the rest have stopped. They stopped their advance. We can bombard the position you marked at any time. Careful, the war altar's still charging. They haven't abandoned the assault yet. Alright, listen up, you... let's round up a bombardment's out to begin. Anyone on the 1st, 2nd floors get aroused as a 3rd. That thing can only shoot so high. I believe its witchcraft core is powered by its operator, and the altar itself is only acting as a medium. So it'll blow itself up if its witchcraft core is destroyed when fully charged. In theory, but I've never seen it in action personally. Can't guarantee. It's good enough. That's good enough. I'll go to the roof for an opportunity. Only way to approach the core is from above. Can you distract the operator while the altar's activated? Every second helps. Will do. Ina. I stand at the staircase of the 2nd floor, dumbfounded. It takes me some time to realize the pile of rubble left the left side of the wall has been defending for the better part of the week. The carnage on the plaza is in plain view, without the need for windows or portholes. Amidst the ruins, the red crystals, the war altars shine with an eerie red in the eyes of dawn, and the male skeleton reflecting the ominous light. I'm mixing up L and R now. Like, what's next? Mixing up V and B? It seems to be the whisper. Gaze upon the blood, gaze upon decay, gaze upon death. This is what the mother had been done for so long. And this is the first time I've thought of her in days. Well, you've been a bit distracted, to be fair. Welcome back, Delphine. Dogda. The Sarkaz have deployed these weapons en masse. I didn't think so. I believe it was developed by the military commission back in Victoria. The design is still very rough around the edges. Delphine, you look reasonably well for someone just woke up from being knocked unconscious. Morgan been taking care of you two with one hand. Hannah. Thanks, Morgan and Hannah. Sorry about the trouble. It was a piece of cake. Alright, everyone, listen. I want rid of these altars, and for that I need help. I need bait. Someone stay here and keep those things firing. Sounds like a job for me. I can do it too. There's no time to be acting tough. I know better than anyone else how terrifying those things are. Your hand's still injured, Morgan. I'll be the one to work with Hannah. I'll need someone else to be on standby to take over the attack if I don't succeed. Misery can only buy so much time. I'll do it. But I'm me, Vina. Morgan, keep an eye on everyone. Vina's plan's simple. Wait for the altars to fire, smash the core, cause a chain reaction. All we need is opportunity, and that opportunity's come. They've taken aim. The malice is sickening. They could fire at any time. Not exactly a great feeling to be in that thing's crosshairs. Misery? Whenever you're ready, do it. Red. The color of the deck flashes back before my eyes. The demonic eye of the altar peers at me. Averted by a silver arc, the dagger rips open In the next of a file of Sarka's artillerymen leaping back joyfully into Misery's hand. The Highlands slows for a movement as they reach the core, continuing their movements from before they die to pull inertia. Hammer falls from the sky, impacting lightly with the red wave. Bang. Vina is knocked back from the building like a comet. No, Vina! Half a second. The altar activated faster than anyone expected. Cough, cough. The hammer embeds itself in the broken wall. I can't see anything but dust and smoke. Watch out, they've replaced the artillerymen and are planning to fire again. The hammer's gone by the time I wipe the gravel from my eyes. A figure climbs out of the wall swiftly. Hammer pull up like a pickaxe, the buildings trembling from a rail. Dagda! Dagda grabs the hand that stretches out from within the light. Brick and stone crack under Vina's heels. She leaps to the sky. The red wave has begun to build. Everyone, take cover! Get down, Morgan! I look up in the storm. Walks in the rays of dawn, her golden hair burning. She raises her hammer high and becomes one with the sun. The wave is torn apart, rampant power striking towards the core. I lose my voice. All that remains is the light that stabs at my eyes. Vina, Vina, the altars are still exploding. Look out! She's fainted. Damn, metal shard's gone to her chest. Someone help me out. Bring her back. Don't let Originium dust in the wounds. The Sarkas are retreating. Hannah, look over there. Battleship's reinforcements. That's the standard of Duke Gododin. It's over. We made it. Bloody made it. Ben, we're safe. Ben. Damn devils are trying to run after them. I should add another entry to the Scout's journal. We survived in memory of the 7 fallen heroes. Abigail of Norport, Alexandra of Chetlane, a civilian, Henderson, Buckterong, Bentley, unidentified body, unidentified body, unidentified legend. In the name of example.
A smith's gotta be ready to pay the debts accrued by the weapons she forges.
Blood Spawn deals arts damage, restores HP, turns into blood amber when defeated. Looks like I'm gonna need Highmore for this.
As you ask. They have no way to advance.
Arts damage, huh? Actually, I can probably do it this way.
They have no position to evade.
Perfumer's passive healing can actually heal my Reapers, so that should be fine, I think.
I can read you like an open book. Let's establish a code.
They have no position to evade. They have no power to withstand. They have no path to escape.
Stronger dynamic as doleful as a clarinet. Faster tempo.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
enemy's weak points first taste, and leave it written across your face.
Faster tempo, as graceful as thy Viertel.
Foggy today. Bad luck.
Every look you take has value.
Stronger dynamics.
Every look you take has value.
Foggy today won't be any use.
They have no position to evade.
Well, this is actually pretty easy. Dang, I see what people say La Plume is really good here. But then again, Highmore has been doing a lot of work too.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today.
Stronger dynamics.
Every look you take has value.
Might as well use Saga for this. Here we are.
Mission accomplished.
No one can be told what a battlefield is. You have to see it for yourself. Siege's forces are inspired. They cover. So I take up the name. Viscow finds Delphine, tries to persuade her. My friends and I spent a lot of time in Norport's video shop watching old movies, many of them war movies. Stories of heroes. There were stories of heroes plus stories of terror, depicted by directors with a sadistic streak. I remembered all four of us had nightmares that night. Even now, I could seem to be drifting into a dream. We took on a few soldiers still breathing when we passed through that valley. Oh, the survivors caught up the column. All infected as they should be, spending a night in a corpse-filled crater. You did disinfect properly, couldn't you? You could have gotten active origin. You could have gotten active origin just on you. Where were we, Hannah? A little. Don't worry, I've experienced the large-scale active originium zones. From my time in County Hillock, we undertook a cleanup according to SOP. The soldiers were conscripts under the Duke of Asworth. They said that their company simply pulled out after the battle without rescuing the wounded or clearing up the battlefield. Horn, is Hannah angry at me because I acted on my own? Why is she ignoring me? He said he had a friend who'd been crying for help in the shallow puddle all night. Couldn't turn himself over because his legs were injured. He had drowned by the time we found him. The puddle was ankle deep. He would have survived if someone just flipped him over. I examined the area. It looks like they marched to the royal court. To a royal court trap. Some sarcasm mercenaries must have sacrificed themselves by acting as bait. There's something on my chest. I can't breathe. Morgan? I feel something hot roiling. But how could they have gone down without a fight? It's not surprising. Other than the strongest duke, professional soldiers only make a quarter of the armies of the ducal armies at best. Most Victorian soldiers are conscripted, sent to battle after only a few months of basic training on how to use a crossbow or its unit. Frankly, if not this war, the officer soldiers may never have spoken to each other their whole lives. Vina wouldn't like to hear it. I hate this. How can you trust your back to someone whom you don't trust? Why does nobody hear me? I feel like a taste of iron in my mouth, something boiling. Mother never answered my question. She said I'd find an answer someday. Cough, cough. Mina, take it easy, Morgan. My neck, I can't breathe. Sorry I got excited. You've been unconscious for 2 days. You're running a fever. At least the wound on your chest is healing well, otherwise we would have been even more worried. Where are we? We aren't in Chetley anymore, are we? They're silent. What happened? And maybe I should explain. We pulled out 2 days ago. We're back to our original encampment. At Horn's advice, we pulled out quickly as possible for the Duke of Gordon's fleet to enter Chetley, avoiding the direct contact with the reinforcements. Horn? We have a lot of complicated circumstances. It's going to cause a lot of complications if we establish official communications with the Duke troops. I've talked about this misery and other support we're doing. While we still have troops formally under command of Duke Windermere, their military IDs have expired, and there's a high risk of friendly fire. Well, not so much expired, so it's no longer recognized. No need to mince words about the nobles' dirty deeds. It's the same deal as gangs fighting for territory. Ninja's right. Since would war become like this? We could give help where we can see. What about the places beyond? What's the situation? Some have chosen to join Duke Gordon's forces to continue the fight. Gordon's officers didn't even say anything about the infected. The majority have chosen to stay with us, however. They trust us, or should I say, they trust you. We won. Morale's really high right now. They're even joking about the old conflicts now. We did it. Your plan worked. We made it. It's very possible no one will ever know the sacrifices we made. It's just one small victory in a greater war. I looked at Delphine's tired face. A great burden weighed upon her heart ever since she was left by the battleships, but now I see a real smile on her face. We saved Chitley, Vina. Yes, we did. My brain tells me I should be relieved or happy. Yeah, but I can't do it. I'm afraid to know how many stay behind the building. Never to leave it. Right. Everything that happened seems like a dream. Is this what victory's like? It's so weighty. But things have gone so bad, everyone was fully committed to fighting for Victoria from the very beginning. No, they all firmly believe they are fighting for Victoria. It's the other way around. Things have spiraled out of control. Therefore, we're fighting for ourselves now. Siege, one of the survivors from Chetley brought us a surprise. His family collected Gaulish artifacts, and his father once picked up a little Victorian object from Lingoland's former route. It wasn't anything valuable, so it's been sitting in the warehouse for a long time. He gave it to us before we left as a gift of gratitude, and Horn recognized immediately. Here. It's an IFF beacon used in IFVs. It emits a signal that allows Victorian armies to identify the beaker's affiliation, so it contains a military identification code. Yes, this black box belongs to the Victorian army. I'm familiar with the symbol on it, but I thought that unit that once belonged to it no longer exists, lost in the ruins of Gaul. The Exemplars, a unit of legend, predecessor to the Templar platoon. This thing took a long journey back to Victoria, back to us. The Exemplars. The present Dukes may not recognize this ancient unit. At best, it might prevent direct artillery strikes, but the more important thing is the mission of the unit is inscribed upon the box. The Exemplars, we make miracles. Ha! Consider a gift from fate. What's this? The beacon Lieutenant left us picked up a signal. Shearer? Lady Delphine, there's been a change of circumstances at Ironclad. We're approaching your position now, ETA in an hour. Be prepared for unhappy news and a guest who insists on seeing you. Your wounds. What shall I work of first aid? It may look like the wounds have closed, but inflammation wasn't effectively treated, which explains the fever. With serious wounds like these, it's important they be treated by a doctor and all vital signs monitored, reducing the chance of lingering after effects. You're fortunate it was a piece of metal and not an originium crystal. When you're dealing with Sarkaz devices, even the slightest touch can be infectious. Even if it wasn't directly caused, there was a high risk of infection given the circumstances. It's incredible given your Originium blood levels remain at normal levels. You really should thank your lucky stars. Well, it was a chaotic situation, Lieutenant. At least I'm alive. It pays to have a strong constitution. Fine. Lady Delphine has explained what happened. It's a battle worthy of study in the war colleges, given the difference in strength between the two sides. Most of the people on your side weren't even regulars. Oh, should I be sad that no one will remember what we did? You're wrong on that, Siege. I'll remember. The soldiers outside will remember. The survivors of Chetley will remember. Most legends are not born from official records. I didn't know you were the type to say things like that. Ahem. Well, I've wrapped your wounds again. Don't try to blow me off with excuses like strong constitution, because I'm going to be keeping close eye on condition. I'm the doctor in this room. I'll be checking on your friends, too, the injured soldiers, civilians. Thank you, Lieutenant. Also, I suggest you check on that guest. I'm not sure if Lady Delphine's ready to handle this battle on her own. I sincerely apologize for my behavior before and my misplaced assessment about you. There's one thing which I won't budge, however. You are too impulsive and emotional. You shouldn't be trying to solve every problem on your own. Turn around once in a while and you find plenty of people ready to help. Exhausted Viscount. Phew. Take it easy, Aunt Morning. Sarkas were everywhere on my way here. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness Lieutenant Shearer was tracking the Ironclad, which is how he was able to get there in time to save my life. He's a decent man, but lacks flexibility. Those men would never allow him to board the ship. You said you escaped the Ironclad. What's happening there? It makes me angry thinking about it. Those damn officers charged the central hub of the fortress and pointed their swords at me. Marquess von Terre must be behind this. Found an opportunity to change into inconspicuous clothes and escape. The fortress elevator almost ripped my dress. Sounds like you're really lucky. I thought I was just coming along with your mother to see how things were going along the front lines, take you home. What's the worst that could happen? Safe inside a magic fortress. Who would have thought? The old Dukes of Windermere would be proud. Would have, Mother. You're right. But you're the Duke of Windermere now, Delphine. Auntie, you're hurting me. What's the look on her face? The general staff were eager to get back because they believed the Duke's death was caused by a Lithanian plot. You want to laugh, don't you? But they have evidence. Lithania may not be in league with Sarkaz, but they undoubtedly caused the situation. Lithanian? The staff are cautious about accusing them directly, but they have set their sights on rebellions going on in provinces. No one wants to come all this way to fight the Sarkaz, only to return and find the Denminsi they have defended for centuries fallen under Lithanian control. You're the daughter. Delphine, your duty will come soon. Now let me rest and leave this place. Leave? To where? You should not be with these peasants. Watch your words, don't call them peasants. Alright, Delphine, listen. If you really care about them, think that they're heroes, a part of Victoria. Think how many people like them there are on the Demasne. If you want to protect these people, take my advice and seek aid from the Duke of Castor to return and take charge. Perhaps you'll become a Castor vassal, but you'll be able to fulfill your duty. What are you balking at? Did you fall in love with them because they fought alongside you? You stopped loving your own subjects. Accept it, Delphine. You and your mother have suffered enough. Accept the Castor's proposal, and at least Windermere will be spared from devastation. Why do you hesitate? Do you really wish to be a vagabond, leaving your family and bloodline duty? I understand. I'm mother's daughter. You're right, I have a responsibility, not just to friends, but also the subject of Windermere. But why did the sword guards leave me behind when I still had such a duty? If this was duty glorious beyond all doubt, why do you come to me in such a condition? You're right, if Windermere has fallen into a cloud of conspiracy, then I feel both an obligation and desire to do something about it. But We're with you, Delphine. Say what you want to say. Sorry, I can't hold back anymore. You know what we just went through, madam? And you are? I'm not going with you. You have a duty, and I'm my mother's daughter, a comrade of these warriors and nothing else. Even if I once was, I don't believe it anymore. I stood here for them so their lives would no longer be the playthings of people like you. I'm not going anywhere until I've bled my last. Leave. I hope the sarcasm do not take you. The Viscount's face is a spectacle color, but Delphine gives her no further chance to speak. She leaves with her head bowed in the direction of Lieutenant Shearer. Delphine's expression was calmer than I thought it would be. What she said, what she went through, made me think of an old friend. Delphine did not make the same mistake. Tragedy will not strike again. But what was the price? Death of a loved one? A swift betrayal? Apparently, I was rather concerned with how Delphine would react to these things. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more to what happened about Windermere's death, but we'll have to see. I suppose when I mentioned that she seemed to be the only one without any kind of ulterior motive, I should have realized that's a death flag. It could have even been cast herself, since Windermere would obviously been in a good position to become a vassal. Delphine smiles. Seems she settled down. I'm fine. Let us go. The same thing cannot happen again. Head west once you leave the camp. If you're lucky enough, you should be able to reach the Duke of Castor. Think you can survive without the Duke's protection? We can and will. Alright, I'm going to Castor. I'll take a leisurely pace. This is your last chance. Come with me and we'll all live. I won't stop you. You work with Delphine and her mother. No, I'm not the one who's wrong. You're naive, foolishly believing you're right. So be it. I steer off in a vehicle not meant for rough terrain, leaving under cover of darkness with a small escort. I turn around to look at our group. Hundreds, thousands of eyes converging on a single spot. Some are soldiers laughing, other civilians celebrating. We can't fall silent. They're waiting for an answer. Mine. You heard her. It's undoubtedly an attractive proposal for many people. We survived the worst of the times together, Vina. But what now? What happens when morale and spirit that burns so brightly is worn away by hardship and suffering? Who will tell them where to go? I do not know the answer yet. He's here, a creature with a golden mane, walks amongst the crowd and he looks at me. I want to see the answer in his eyes. Hear a word of advice in his fleeting moments. But he gives no answers. All he does is look at me, waiting for me to find the answer. Yes, perhaps he's not even here. Lend me your ears. If any amongst you have faith in our dukes or the face of Victoria, you should go with that woman now. No one will fault you in your decision. The crowd rustles, but no one leaves. None among you. Is it not our instinct to seek protection of the powerful? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'd very much like to. Oh, how I wish the sorry sword I carry had the power to protect my friends, such that none among them would die. She would very much like to. How many times has she cried when no one's watching, wishing that someone could have saved her mother's life? You would very much like to. Don't look away. I know you would. The sarcasm would have butchered your brother so bad you couldn't identify his corpse. The troops that were supposed to escort you didn't flee, but none among you have left. You know these nobles don't care about you in the slightest. But do you really need to seek the protection of another? It's always been like that for us. We keep worshipping people and things never give us anything, becoming willing slaves. Massacre, infection, besiegement, we survive that on our own strength. We all want to go home. We want this rotten war to end, but we can't win by hiding. Fastest way to give those warmonger bastards hiding in Londinium a hold one two in the face. If the dukes won't do it, we will. If no one will ever take us home, we'll walk home ourselves. A gift fell into our laps, a unit ID the dukes left behind in Gaul. It's called the Exemplars. They were elites, the will of the nation, with a long list of accolades. But now they're nothing more than this little box in my hands. It has no special powers. We can take it back to Londinium, punch those warmonger bastards in the face, throw this in the face of the dukes and tell them, this bloody land is our land. I want to go home, to the gym where my friends were. They want to go home to lives they once had. We cannot rely on others. We cannot expect justice to be served on its own. I smashed my hammer to the earth with all the strength I can muster. I do not know why I did it. All I know is I can no longer hold back my anger. Bam. Hammer silences all other sounds. The Exemplars. It's a Glasgow gang that first breaks the silence. The Exemplars. Then they're joined by Delphine. Exemplars. Until everyone joins in. The Exemplars. Say, I had a strange dream. I dreamed a golden beast was walking through our camp. Good omen, perhaps. Let's hope it all goes smoothly. Wonder if the Self-Salvation Corps has arrived in Brentwood before us. We'll have to drive even more hands once we join up with them. Who'd have thought a few days ago we'd have our own army? Kinda like the name the Exemplars. Very sure about this though, Vina. We're bringing them all back to Londinium. Very few of them are ready to fight the Royal Court head on. Perhaps there will be even more sacrifices along the way. I'll protect them, or maybe there'll come a day when they don't need anyone's protection anymore.
Our wills and spirits are ever burning against the fiercest enemies.
I do appreciate the welfare for the chapter coming as early as she did. Ah, we're finally getting to the unique mechanic of the chapter. However, I'm exhausted, and as my poor performance shows, I probably should end it now, so next time I'll probably play some more Kakarot, but I'm definitely going to be getting to this one as well, because I'm curious as to what this whole new thing is. But until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.